That's working. Hello. And we also need Discord to be up and running. Give me a second with Discord. How's everyone doing? Okay. Let's go make sure. No, Raleigh, no, you cannot keep bashing me for victory. Bashing Papa for victory doesn't give you victory. Bashing Papa just gives you, it's Papa going, yes, I've been bashed. Oh. Hello. There we go, we've got Bruships 234. We've got it set up. Hello. I am alive. Are you alive? You sure we're alive? That's good. I've heard you don't need much more than that. I'm always told that, all you need in life is realistically is a pulse. As long as you have one of those, you're fine. Everything else is merely just, bonus. Yeah. Right, questions should now be open. Twitch is running fine. The YouTube is running. And theoretically the combined chat is working. And this is where I wish I had another screen. At the moment, no. Just watch basically watch the questions as they come in, and we've got them. And I've got a chat open on my phone, which is the chat with you. So when you've got enough messages, you basically I took it quickly off by pressing the button, but yeah, I've got the chat with you open on my phone, so I can anything you need to send, you can send me straight right off panicking. Oh, fun. That's fun. We're all having it's all fun at the moment. It's all fun. We are getting better with this technology stuff. I survived. The log is removed. I've had a shower since. Yes, it was a fun session. I do apologise for cutting the stream short and not getting to Northgard today because, well, I got sent a picture by my sister of going, he's planning on climbing up the tree to start cutting it down. Oh, good lord, dog, how have you... He's managed to wrap his entire head in my cable for something. Could you stop trying to take off my headphones, Poodle? I know you object to them on the point that it means you cannot bash me on the head as clean as you normally do, but yeah. Don't worry. Caxa doesn't actually have any questions prepared. That's fine. You don't have to have questions prepared. It's just Knight has started this policy ever since we started of preparing questions, sometimes months in advance. And we always have to make sure we have Dragon and Foxo with us, because if we don't, then the Azure Lane questions are kind of wasted. Because me and Dan will try, because we both have the policy of we will try and put our two pennyworth in of as much as we know, but we also admit when we don't know, and we are just putting in what we think through logic and through our other knowledge we have. I did have an interesting discussion with someone the other day. It was basically going, if you don't know something 100%, you shouldn't talk about it. And I went, no one can ever know anything 100%, which they did't really like the perspective of. But the trouble is they're making this point to a historian. And I went, unless you're actually sitting there watching the events, and even then you have your own perspective on what's going on, no one can know exactly 100% what happened. Everything is a balance of probabilities once we're talking about history. Don't say that out loud. Don't say that out loud. Knight is very kindly keeping themselves to a limit of 3 out of every 10 questions is an Azur Lane question. Saying you can have as many as you like me, it will open the door to having a huge number of Azur Lane questions, and will involve me having to go and spend more time on Azur Lane than I already have done. Don't worry. No, you do. No, you realise it got bad. It's got. We've had these enough questions that some of them actually stumped Drac as well. And at one point in where were we? We were in a ferry terminal. Drac was hunting for ship girls. Ship girl cards. Kura, we were in Kura, yeah. Because Drac was trying to figure it out. So he was going, there must be ship girls somewhere around here. There must be. Let's go see. This is seriously what happened to us. In the middle of Kure ferry terminal, we were hunting ship girls. Led by Drac, going, we will find them and we will answer this question. Which, but you can do, but which, by the way, does mean that that means that Drac is now open to take ship girl questions, because he's now done the research trying to answer questions from my channel. Okay, hello. Yes, a version of it that Congress accepted. Yes. That's putting too much of a difference between Mahan and Corbett than I really like there to be put. Corbett and Mahan actually make the same points about all these things. Very similar points. It's just they emphasize different areas because of the audience they're talking to. One is selling their audience on actually building up sea power in the first place. One is reminding them how to use sea power. And that's the reality of it. So, one of the fun things is the amount of times I'm told that, oh no, Mahan cares about sea battles and doesn't care about convoy operations and those things at all. And you sort of go, have you actually read Mahan's book? And I mean, more than the first 3 chapters. It's the same as when I get told about Corbett. And there is someone, and I know this with people because people love to send me screenshots and go, have you seen this? This is what they're saying about you. Someone who likes to write about me as being a Corbettian naval theorist, and therefore I'm wrong about things which are closer to Mahan. That's beautiful. You've linked me up with Julian Corbett, one of the best naval historians the UK has ever had. I'm going to take that as a compliment. There's no other way to take that. And I do come from the Lawson School of Naval History. That's where I was taught, where I did my PhD. But the Lawson School would tell you I'm not a Corbettian. They would tell you there is far too much cable and even a fair chunk of Gorshkov in my interpretation of naval strategy and naval doctrine to be a Corbettian. I would be called a Clarksonian. Yeah. Thank you. And I will tell you all now, legacy of doing everything I did yesterday. I had a block nose most of last night, thanks to spending too much time in the attic. As you all know, the glass wool and the dust up there does not seem to be great for me, even if I do have filters and everything on and wearing a face mask. And now the legacy of that is I've got a bit of a headache. So if at any point I look a bit weird or I wince, it's probably my headache, not anything else, before people start going, oh, you made a funny face at that question. I haven't. It's the headache. Yes. Yes. You have to remember it's a difference in audiences they're trying to make the case to. Yes and no. Because you're always having to make the case for sea power from its foundations from the American audience. Because America is a massive continent. And there is honestly a belief put forward by quite a few people in America that they could get everything they wanted from America if they just deregulated enough. And you sit there and go, it's not that simple. I wish it was. If you're looking in pure massive geography terms, there's a geographical chance you could do, but the same thing would go for some of the other larger geographically larger nations, and even they have to do quite a lot of it. And America has a large population, a well-educated population, for the most part. I'm not judging. In the nicest way, I judge neither China, nor America, nor Russia by some of the people who turn up in my comment section to comment about on certain things. At the moment, if I was judging China by the people who are commenting on a Taiwan video, I would think China was the most strategically stupid nation on earth. And they're not. I know this because I've actually taught Chinese officers who came to Kings, and I've taught Taiwanese officers who came to Kings, and all sorts of things. They've all been perfectly lovely. I know, it was a different time. They came, we were teaching naval history. Yes, Timo? Okay, let me refresh Discord. No, my audio settings on OBS are fine. Let me reset decals. Timu, I've heard you. Timu, I've heard you. I said OBS settings are fine. It's obviously Discord hasn't connected up with OBS, so I'll have to fix that. Okay, don't worry. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying you were wrong. I was saying, hang on, OBS is working, but it's not connecting up with Discord for some reason.
My apologies.
Life happens. How's that?
Yeah, it is. Anyway,
for some reason, Discord, despite the fact I can all hear you, thought it was transmitting to these headphones, which are turned off, rather than these headphones.
We do not ask questions of these sorts of things. We just accept that they do things.
Fun is history. But anyway, getting back to the point, in nicest way, you don't judge both China and America are full of very educated, quite strategically sound people. It's just what turns up in your comment section is not always the most well informed. But leaving that to one side, in America, you have to make the case consistently for sea power at all. Britain, Corbett was, there's actually letters which are between Corbett and Mahan, and they're talking about, and there's lots of discussions going on between those people, and they're sort of going, there's sort of almost a backhanded theme in their letters, which is one of them is so lucky that he basically doesn't have to make the case for sea power. The case for sea power is understood. He's having to make the case for how sea power should be used. It's a fun time.
That's because the UK had business interests who were to do much of the campaigning in favour of having decent naval spending for the Navy. Isn't it?
Well, yes and no, but sort of it's one of those things of it's also the British national identity had built up around sea power. And that is something which, Britain's national identity, it's not many nations which have as the centerpiece of their capital a entire display of naval power, display devoted towards naval power. Because let's be honest, Trafalgar Square is literally that. And it's not. Lots of nations will have these things for naval power, but it's very rare that it's taking up the most prominent place in the middle of their capital city. And sort of things like that, yeah.
Right.
If you remember,
Shall we get to the actual questions?
Yes, we're just getting to them, Steve. We're answering your questions first, which you did push in first.
It's all right. I was doing that while we were filling in.
Okay. How you doing, Dragon? Dragon is muted. Probably getting food, eh, Poodle? Now, you always think everyone's getting food, Poodle, don't you?
For a brew.
Possibly. Anyway, Aiden Cloak. Is it possible to have both an angled flight deck and a well deck, or is it one or the other? AK turning a Wasp-class assault ship into a fleet carrier. You could, in theory, do both, and I have seen designs which have both, but usually the problem comes down to cost and how you're using it. Because if you think about it, when you're using a well deck, you do not want to go anywhere fast, and you can't go anywhere fast. And your ship is also now at a sort of sunken angle. Even with well deck, the people think that they just open a door and water flows in. No, the ship docks down. And so you basically can't use the flight deck for normal carrier operations in that scenario. That's why you prefer to use things like Vistal aircraft and helicopters, because they can operate from a flight deck which is moving that slowly. So basically, it's trying to figure out the two to work together in a way that will work. It's theoretically possible. Practically, if you want to actually use it, not a good idea. Which is why I always laugh whenever I see the various design studies come out and people tell me this is going to be the next generation Russian ship or the next generation Chinese ship and it's going to have both. And I'm sitting there going, no, they're not. They're not. That's a classic design study of, well, we could in theory do this, and then let's look at the actual realities of it and then go, no. No. Hello. You're being very, very affectionate today, Poodle. Down you go. Go on. Have some sleep. Nice to see everyone. Question 40. So how did the Type 23 Duke-class HMS Lancaster and Hunt-class MCO Middle not get sunk at the UK Naval Support Facility when the Iranians attacked NAS Bahrain? Well, considering they're pretty much sitting targets, and they're not moving, I would say that's on the Iranian targeting accuracy. I'm sorry, that's the only option I can really give. I don't think, from what I know, the Type 23 is in any scenario you're capable of using missiles or its sensors. I don't think it's rigged up in that function. But there are other defences around there as well. They do have some defences in the base, so those might well have impeded their attacks. But honestly, they're a stationary target at the moment.
Are you trying to tell me that they don't have magical powers, these ships?
Sadly enough, they don't. But in sort of other news, I think I actually heard a government minister trying to make a virtue of us not having an active warship in the Gulf at the moment, with this all going on. I was sitting there going, where does all our liquefied natural gas from Qatar come through? The nicest way, if you want to see what's going to be fun, if you want real fun, look at the cost of energy at the moment, and just remember it's going to be a cost of your electricity bills in the UK and your gas bills in the UK. You're welcome. Mm-hmm. And that's not saying there isn't a good case for doing it. There's cases on both sides for not doing it and for doing it. But either way, the case of the British government is there is going to be all these things happening, and you have no control over events at all. And I know they have denied access for the Americans to use British bases for some of the strikes, but they did stage a lot of the support, a lot of logistics through the UK, especially the build-up. But the reality of it is that we would have got possibly some political credit for doing that. Possibly, you never know. Things do change quite quickly. What we've instead got is we've not got any political credit. We haven't got any credit really for saying no, and we've still got high gas and high electricity prices because of the effect of the strikes on the transit of goods. Welcome to the world. That's all I can say, really. Welcome to the world.
Yeah, it's not going to be particularly great, but
No.
no.
But that's the fun of it. The fun of a lot of the world.
I mean, honestly, it's a conflict. It's not going to be good for anyone.
Nope. And it's near one of the key straits in the world where lots of stuff transits. Yeah. Santa Canera, what is the worst thing that ever happened to a navy that was not done by their own politicians?
Copenhagening?
Yeah, but that can be argued to have been done by the Danish politicians who didn't invest enough in defending their own fleet.
I mean, I think Nelson had a part to play in it.
Nelson did have a part to play in it. He was taking advantage of things which have been set up by the Danish politicians.
Anchoring the Armada where they did.
Yes, but there again, consider the Armada, consider the rules of engagement and the mission it was set, and consider who they ended up having to put in charge because a certain person died and they couldn't go for a qualified person. They had to go for someone with the right level of nobility because of the way Spanish politics was structured.
But as you said, if they'd have anchored in the Scheldt Estuary,
yeah,
would they have been better off?
They would have been. But again, that goes back to the person they selected to be in charge of it, and the people they put in charge, and the command structure they use for it, which are all made up by political decisions. I think the trouble is, you said that has not been done by their own politicians. Someone's probably going to come with the Spanish-American War. The trouble is, again, that's the Spanish politicians who put the Spanish Navy in that situation. There's the Russo-Japanese War, but again, it's the Russian politics which has sent the entire Rozensky's fleet entirely around the world in such a bad situation.
George Washington attacking isn't a naval war that starts the 7 Years' War.
No. I'm tempted to say the Glorious 1st of June to the French, but that really, again, you can trace it back to the rules of engagement instructions given to the French fleet by the French government.
I think the problem is anything that's big enough to affect an entire navy is going to almost by default be a political decision.
And the Dutch raid of the Medway was because the British government at the time, King Charles II, thought he could save some money by not activating the fleet as he normally did that year. So the Dutch were able to do it. Whereas if the fleet had been activated as normal and he spent the money as normal, the Dutch would have come out and found a fleet fully ready to engage them. So, yeah.
So it comes down to something that's with a small number of ships. So could we say Von Spey and the British reaction and the Falkland Islands, because it's a smaller number of ships choosing to do what they did rather than interning themselves in a South American port?
Von Spey was put in that position by the politics of Germany. A decision to put him in the Far East, and he couldn't then go and inter himself because that would be surrender, and that would dishonour the Kaiserlich Marine and dishonour Germany, so he couldn't do that. And then you've got you could argue potentially the Battle of Cornell, but let's be honest, it's a load of naval officers trying to satisfy a load of politicians. That's why they put the ships out like penny packets around the world instead of concentrating them. So that's why Cornell happens the way it does, and why why the British commander doesn't have the ships he needs. And then you got the Falklands, which comes after it, which basically is again. You could argue von Spey's decision to actually attack the Falkland Islands was the stupid decision and led to it. You can make that case; it's entirely naval. But you can also make the case that realistically, he was not going to get far. He was not going to get far. There's enough things hunting him and trying to kill him. He's not going to get far, even if he doesn't do that. So you can argue, make a case it's the Battle of the Falklands. You can, to an extent, make a case for the Battle of the River Plate because that is pushing. That is Ludendorff pushing. That is that's Ludendorff, isn't it?
No, Ludendorff's a general.
Yeah, he's the admiral, isn't he? Brain engage. River Plate.
Yeah, same here. Forgotten.
Oh, there are too many with similar names. Langsdorff. Langsdorff could have tried to make for home and tried to make up the middle of the Atlantic, Atlantic and gone home rather than trying to get some last victories in the River Plate. But there again, that's only a single ship. That's not really a disaster.
Bismarck could have turned round after being hit rather than running further into the Atlantic. If that's the case. They would have counted the victory against Hood as being a great victory and then gone back to Norway and...
That's Angolf, yeah. But that wouldn't have completed his mission as assigned by the politicians, would it?
No.
For anyone else, Raleigh is currently going to town on the last bone I bought him.
I think Dr. Dan's right. You can't dissolve the politicians from the choices of the senior officers with a large group of ships.
No. Sadu, aka the A380S gas turbines, could they be adapted to naval propulsion? A380. Let me just check which turbine it is, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, they get a variant on that one, which is already naval, I think.
Hello, Alex again.
Yeah, they use Trents, which there is a version of the Trent which is used for ships.
Yes, he meant the other engine that is from the Engine Alliance, the GP7000.
Well,
up here because I'm an aviation enthusiast.
That's the General Electric one. Yeah. Again, there's already a version that used on ships. I think that's one of the General Electric. Most of the modern engines do have some corresponding naval engine.
Well, the GP7000 was quite unique in the way that it was a collaboration with Pratt & Whitney and GE. So
yeah, I think
it's quite unique in the aviation circles.
Yeah, but I think GE do have a variant of it that do have a variation based on the same design study, which is a ship one. Because General Electric never waste any money in some research and development.
Yeah, they do. Anyways, I'll get back
No. If they can make multiple, once they've got a working system, if they can spin it off into everything they can do, they will do. GE are very good at making. Once they've got something working, they're very good at making it work for them in multiple ways to make as much profit as they can do. They're very inefficient getting to the working object. I do agree, but once they've got the working object, they will do everything they can to maximize their income from that working object.
Yeah, and Alex, may I amuse you with a fun fact?
Yeah.
How you differentiate GE engine or the rest of the world with Rolls-Royce engine when it comes to turbines?
The old trick which was taught me was maintenance hours, but you've probably got something different.
Well, if you look close enough, you need to look how the rotation is, because Rolls-Royce is clockwise, and the rest of the bunch are counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a real thing, actually. So,
Guys had said
next time
one has a
when
British
you're at
accent.
support,
Yeah.
look at the engines.
Yeah, will do.
Next,
Yeah,
you'll be
anyways,
telling
I
me
get
that
that
the other manufacturers all try and taxi down the right hand side of the runways.
Jonathan said the big fish shaped one he got for his birthday. Yes, that one is what he's currently going to town on. He loves that thing. It's lasted quite a while. 8420. I'm just going for 8420. Considering that the militaries of World War II made extensive use of amphetamines for tankers and pilots, it was mainly the US military and the Germans, but we'll leave that to one side. The Russians weren't that generous. Right? The Russians weren't that generous, and the British just went, have a cup of tea and get on with it, lad. For tankers and pilots. That begs the question, did anyone try giving meth or other stimulants to destroyer captains? No. No. Most of the navies were of the policy that they preferred not to give the sheer amount of drugs which were pumped into some of the land forces to people.
I'm now trying to imagine a coked up Vian,
Look, the reality
and
is...
I'm quite disturbed by that.
A warship is not as much...
It's Harry the Wolf high on
you
off
know.
his tits on meth.
Good God. It's more a case of, if you consider a warship scenario, you've got the captain can go get some sleep and someone else can take over. If they're not in combat, and they can have coffee and they can be looked after, they can go for a walk.
Also,
there's all sorts of things which they can do, which is far better for them than taking those drugs.
Also, the two other factors are they need to... They're much more about their judgment than necessarily split-second reactions.
Yeah.
For a sustained period, if that makes sense. And secondly, they're a chunk older, so the chances of you having a problem are significantly higher.
Mm.
Dan,
Yeah.
as the doctor on the panel,
And the person
the
who
other
is
sort of
prescribed-
doctor, other sort of doctor, okay, what is the issue of pilots taking amphetamine for extended periods for military operations?
One, you do still eventually need to sleep, and you may lose control of when you crash out.
Yeah, there was a intelligence officer who crashed out for about 3 days during the one in command at OY after he'd written all the routes for bombers.
Yeah. So there's that one, and then the other one is, well, you can get dependence, and it does impair your judgment. So you, with your speeded up thinking, you don't think things through as clearly. This is the kind of the odd reaction that people with ADHD get, where actually they can focus more when they're taking an amphetamine or a stimulant.
Or drink a whole pot of coffee and go to sleep.
Yeah. The flip side of it is that a neurotypical person will stop thinking as much about what they're doing, and so be more likely to make a foolish error. Now, in combat, with all of the chance in something like fighter combat, or if you're a tanker or an infantryman, honestly, they've tried to, for the most part, they seem, from what I can tell, they try to kind of drill that decision-making part out of you anyway, so that you act on instinct much more, so that you're not going to be substantially impaired doing that, if that makes sense. Because you're kind of having to do that anyway, whereas I think even a destroyer captain needs to be thinking through their actions much more in a kind of game of chess type way, which I don't think would go well.
It's thought process more. It's a judgment call and calling on experience, etc. and things. And it's also you need to be. You can't afford to lose control of your emotions in that scenario, which is why they don't have the naval captain do it. But sorry to do, it's making you uncomfortable, but it's the way the things go. But I would say one of the interesting things that I've been dealing with recently from medical doctors is the sheer amount of them now, and it's now proved in newspaper articles as well. The amount of them who are now telling me that mine and Drax's style of diet, where we basically eat protein, and more protein, because we like meat and we are not too keen on the vegetables, is actually the way to go, and is actually advised, and it's sensible potentially.
I wouldn't go that far.
And you can just hear, we are taking the snippets of the outputs that have said this, and are using this to back up our case. And poor Dr. Dan then goes, no, stop saying this. No, you're just doing this to wind my blood pressure up. But yeah, a very high protein diet is highly recommended. Now, I have a new idea: steak fries, where the fries are actually pieces of steak, not potato. I think that's the high protein meal that you really need in your life.
No, so this is
We all
part
agree,
of the
steak
idea.
fries. Yeah, I know. I could be considered steak strips, but I want to make them actually sort of square fries like they are in McDonald's. I want to have those, and I want to see if I can make them crispy so they're like fries, and just
My thought on that is if you make the steak so thin, it will go. If you're not careful, it will turn to leather.
Yes, this is why it will have to be cooked very carefully. Was done in a New York restaurant in the 1980s. Leslie Mitchell, thank you very much. I need that. I need that restaurant's details. And Foxhound. So Chinese crispy beef. I do enjoy crispy beef. Chandler, favorite Spanish ship of the 20th century.
We've missed a question, but we'll go back.
No, we haven't missed the question, have we?
Yeah, you've missed There's a question we've got here from Montana.
Well, it isn't here yet.
Yeah, okay.
It isn't in Montana's question is the next one after the Chandler one.
Ah, right, okay. We've got them in a different order here.
They
Okay,
came
carry
through
on.
at exactly the same time. They've got the same timestamp for the second.
Yeah, so
I thought we'd miss one.
no, we haven't.
Right, good.
Right, favorite Spanish ship of the 20th century. Go on, what do we think? What's our favorite Spanish ship of the 20th century?
I like their sail training ship.
I don't
I
really
think
have
it's a
one.
very handsome vessel. It's the the Juan Sebastian, isn't it, or something like that? But I do like sail training ships.
I would say Segura class mine hunters are some of my favorites. I would say the Segura class. Anyone else?
I don't really know enough about Spanish warships to have an opinion.
Okay.
Same. I mean, they've got the ones that look like county class cruisers, so they're pretty.
Yeah.
They have the. I don't know if it's technically a 20th century ship, but there is the slab of concrete that the Australians copied.
Thank you for the gifted subs, Steven.
which is a thing of horror. Yeah.
Right. Montana 16. What is the barbette width of the 16.1-inch gun on the Nagato class battleship? Asking so I can make my Minecraft ship accurate. Ooh. If you'd asked me that question in a week and a half's time, I'd have been able to give you a really good answer. Because a book should have arrived by then. Which is literally a book of plans of Japanese Navy warships. As it is, I'm going to have to search my files. Let's see what I've got in my Excel spreadsheets. So, while I'm trying to look through my Excel spreadsheet for this, I'm going to say, next question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's opinion on this reactor fueling system? The reactor is based off the Covenant pinch fusion, and this scenario would rely on drawing in hydrogen as fuel from the atmosphere to turn into helium, and then helium into is used for fuel too. Okay, I'm guessing this question is missing a section, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. I'm guessing it's missing a section.
It's Covenant, so that'll be
That's a dragon question.
Yeah,
because you're dealing with at best high-end theoretical physics.
Short answer: there is Naval hydrogen in the atmosphere of Earth to use. That would be available. You'd have to be cracking it from water, which can totally be done, but is going to cost you energy, and so it's making sure that your energy processes are
efficient enough that you are actually getting more energy out than you're putting in.
Yeah.
There's next to Naval helium in the Earth's atmosphere to do that.
No, this is using hydrogen.
They're fusing hydrogen into helium and then fusing helium into...
Yeah, but that's basically fusion.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how you turn hydrogen into helium.
It's very inefficient.
To answer the earlier question on Nagato, I've got 24 foot, but I have no idea why, and that's just not including armor. So I've got 20 foot for barbette, not including the armor around the side of the barbette. But I have no idea what it comes from, because whereas everything else in this Excel spreadsheet, I've got detailed notes about where the information comes from. In this one, I've literally just got the 24 foot, and I've got no notes as to where I got it from. So I'm not sure if I trust my own notes here. This is the thing. And this is an Excel spreadsheet which I did produce about, about 18, 19... Oh, no, hang on. I did this as part of my relaxing after my GCSE mocks, so when I was 15, so it would be about nearly 24 years ago.
Do we trust Alex from 24 years ago?
I do trust Alex to have had a good source of where he put it. He just hasn't written down the source where he got it from. So I presume, remembering Alex from 24 years ago and what he was distracted by, he either decided he had to take a dog for a promenade, or he was distracted by... what was I cooking at that time? And the cake I was baking. Because I was doing a lot of baking cakes as well at that time. I was doing a fair amount of woodwork, but I didn't really have any major projects that year. Yes, absolutely. This year I am. It is scared quite a few of my family, because you have to remember, whilst I have reached this ripe old age, my mother, my sister, all my cousins, all my aunts, they're all only 21. Every single one of them has reached 21 and got no order. Somehow, I have managed to go further. I have a semi-photographic memory. Things I want to remember will go. I have no short-term memory. Okay, so I was explaining this before. My dyslexia is I'm genetic dyslexic. I'm included on the dyslexia category, but I'm basically upon my brain doesn't work. My short-term memory doesn't work at all. Or if it does, it's kind of like a flash there and then gone. But once anything's into my long-term memory, it never goes. So basically, I don't have a photographic memory because I don't instantly remember everything I see forever. But if I'm interested and want to learn it, then it'll go into my long-term memory and I'll never forget it.
So to the Minecraft Watchers question,
Yeah.
I think sci-fi wise, you can do what the hell you want.
Linguistics.
Theoretically, okay. Theoretical physics says difficult.
Yeah. It would be interesting to do. Nice to hear everyone. Given that you have to basically work out which planets you were going to for your fuel supplies in advance, or if you were going to try and get it off the sun. Hydrogen, large concentrations are going to be, yeah.
I'd go gas giant dipping.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Nice to hear everyone. Given the graphics card and RAM shortage caused by the AI industry, how are the Navy's going to avoid being among the many being affected by the AI industry holding graphics card and RAM? The budget for a Navy searching for its systems versus your and my budget is very different. And as I've said before, if you want fun, you basically realise that a good chunk of the computing power that you would need for a AI, whatever you want to, you were building AI-wise, AI-based server farm to support it, is what you're already buying for a warship. But you also have to remember that the stuff going through the warship supplies are usually going through at the point at which they've been safe so they can work in an EM unfriendly environment. So they usually already are sort of last generation in terms of tech. Sometimes, there's this belief that you get really, really cutting edge stuff in the armed forces. You do in some areas of technology, you do get some stuff which is really cutting edge, but often in terms of computing power, etc. and things, you're almost a generation behind. But it's taken that long to get that generation to the level at which it can take the damage that you're prepared to take. You could take in your operations.
Yeah, there are also things called workstation graphics cards. These are not the gaming ones. These are the ones which you use for graphic design. They're very expensive.
Steve, they use the same fab capacity and are oftentimes the same chipsets as the gaming, quote unquote. So they're being affected by this just as much.
Yeah,
actually, in a lot of cases, the cards they're using, the chipsets they're using, are taking up the fab time of everything that isn't an AI focused chipset.
And as
Bruno,
I was
the point that I was making was those things are already horrendously expensive.
Yes, but the point...
And they've gotten more horrendously expensive.
Yes, but the point which matters, and I point out, is ships are usually about a generation behind, and in aircraft, as Lyons has put it, are usually you're lucky if they're only a generation behind. And this is the fun you're dealing with most of these systems. Okay? So, yeah. It's like people go, oh, so you must put the really most advanced chips into things like missiles. And you're going, no. Because that's literally something I'm firing to go boom. And it's not economically sustainable.
I might put it into... Honestly, I'm probably going to put it into the training system as the first place, on the grounds that that's staying on the ground, and if it goes wrong, then somebody has to just do Control-Alt-Delete rather than getting deleted.
I remember seeing a trainer which let's put it this way, this is not in the UK base, okay? And I was looking at the trainers on the control, and Yeah, you have to remember, I'm certified for HP, RM, and Dell PCs to fix them. That's what I did when I was doing working as a systems technician, IT systems technician for a university. Those were the three I did my certifications on, and I still keep my certifications pretty much current on them. In fact, I am current on all of them. There was one which I was a few weeks late doing the update exam, but I was okay. I was about 2 weeks late, and they went, "That's fine. You usually do it a month and a half early anyway, so you're fine. You're just 4 weeks ahead of time instead of 2 weeks ahead of 6 weeks ahead of time." I went, "Okay, that's fine." To redo it for another sort of while, and it was fun looking at them because I was mentally going, I know what those machines are. I know what their specs are. You're trying to say this is something really... There's a politician in front saying how much money and how glorious the cell system is. And I'm going, those are not advanced systems. And they don't need to be because they're running basically a souped-up version of Microsoft's Windows Flight Simulator. But yeah. It was a fun time. Early Shaheeds used NVIDIA chips from the early 2000s. Yeah. But yeah, the graphics shortage... Look, the interesting thing for us is the first generation, now that you're starting to see competition, is NVIDIA's 3060 cards, which they're doing a whole new generation of. And I'm actually looking at those because there's an NVIDIA 3060, which apparently is going to come out, which is potentially going to have 24 gigabytes of RAM on it, and of VRAM, and that could be that could be useful for me in the work I do. Because basically, I've found with processing of videos and doing the stuff I do on this channel, it's not so much speed of power I need, but breadth of power. Especially when it's putting together a 2-hour or 3-hour video, and it's coming together. The more RAM I have, the more breadth I have in the computer system, the quicker it'll go.
Yeah, I found that with photography as well. Yeah. Is if you want to hold images, you want to hold images in RAM when you adjust them.
Yeah.
You don't want them to be dumped into the graphics card because the hard drive. You want the graphics card to be doing the work.
Yeah, I currently have 128 gigabytes of RAM in this computer, which is great, but it's the bottleneck I now have is the capacity on the, especially with me now doing the HD and the bigger videos in HD and the imagery I'm now getting from the new camera and these things. It's the breadth of it for the graphics card processors. So it's the thing that's been annoying me is because I've been technically looking at the graphics card going, I'm going to have to upgrade you soon because you're a 3060, you're a lovely 3060 XTI, you do everything I need, but you're just starting to show your age because you've been around for a few years now. And now new 3060s are coming out, and I'm going, okay, well, if one of the big RAM ones which you're offering does come out, that's what I'm getting. I'm not going to bother with 4080 or 4060 or a 5060 or anything like that. I'm going to go for a 3060 again, but I'm just going to go for one with more RAM because that's what I need.
You could have dual graphics cards, which might solve the way you work.
It might do, but then I'd have to. Currently, I have a cool thing when my graphics card sits this way, rather it's nicely pushed out and sitting proud, rather than sitting onto the motherboard. It sits up to help with the airflow because that does, in the case I got that, produces better airflow, and also it means you get to see it. It's great. You get to see the lights on it, etc. when it's working, which is nicer. Because if you have a glass case, having a glass case and having that is, then having it hidden is just a bit sad. But the thing is, that means I really don't have the space for a second one in there.
This is making me wonder whether the big thing to do is to actually just work on improved airflow through a computer.
Oh, that is why I've got the size case I have. I have a massive
But
case. I have a 2-chamber case because of that, and I literally have the power supply unit is in a different chamber.
I just run effectively an open chassis.
Mm-hmm.
Because I took all the panels off because I was trying to figure out when Windows bricked my machine.
Jonathan Moon.
Yeah, buy an old big box.
Yeah. Jonathan Moon. A sneak attack in the spirit, not style of Pearl Harbor. A civilian ship, be it a liner or hauler, pretends to or actually has engine trouble. Assisted by a tug, both ships have hidden underwater mine droppers. The ship will meander through the harbor. The tug will help. Meanwhile, both dropping mines. Say about 100 total. These mines have a delay and sit on the floor for a few days. That's going to be a nightmare to deal with. That is literally going to be a nightmare to deal with.
Yep.
Your tug would likely be dispatched by the port, so it's probably only going to be the liner dropping mines.
Unless you manage to do stuff so that you have an ocean-going tug that happens to be nearby when
You're in
other
trouble.
ship develops problems.
But still, once you get to port, you will find yourself getting assistance from other tugs other than the oceanic tug. Because there'll be local tugs will come in to give a local guidance. And the oceanic tug will sit there as mainly as providing grunt. Because that's the thing, is an oceanic tug is very good for grunt over distances and getting you between places. But usually the harbour tugs are more designed and more equipped and more knowledgeable for manoeuvring in tight confines of the harbour. But you can still cause a lot of trouble with that.
It's a good evil plan.
Yeah. Especially if you have some sort of moon pool in the scenario in the liner, you could just drop the stuff through, and no one would see. If you drop down below, before anything, especially the speeds you'd be going at. Liner would have a big enough hole to have a moon pool unit in it. Tug wouldn't really. Castanea, how much pre-planning and prior coordination was put into the movement of the USN from Subic Bay to Australia? Oh. A lot.
The only thing I don't know is how much they'd actually planned to move specifically to Australia versus just planned to move, because
they had planned
US
to move, and then once you have the whole agreement going on between the various nations and the full discussion going on in terms of what they were getting up to, ABDA command, etc., then they start working out. They start getting told by the British exactly where the British have fuel stockpiles, and they look at where they are in Australia and go, "We'll take that." That's what's often forgotten about the whole sort of the war in the Pacific, is just how much of it depends on British fuel stockpiles, both for the Japanese side and the American side. The British had been stockpiling fuel there for the previous 25 years. That's a very nice find, thank you very much. And yeah, that's you lost Rabaul, you lost Singapore, you lost a huge amount of fuel supplies to the Japanese. Well, not Rabaul. What is it? Let me check. It might be Rabaul actually, but let me just check because.
Yeah, no, I think it was Rabaul.
Yeah,
they were building up Rabaul.
Yeah, I
and Hong
think,
Kong.
No, Hong Kong had barely anything in it.
Did it? Okay.
Hong Kong was always presumed to fall.
The only thing with Hong Kong was that they were hoping to make it strong enough that it would need a proper effort, so it wasn't just going to be plucked off the vine easily.
Yeah, they basically.
I thought they were going to.
Their plan was
to run. Sorry.
No, you had to remember the plan. Also, Hong Kong was even the plan for the operations for Taiwan. That was Weihai Wei, which they were going to use for that.
I thought the plan was to run the submarines out of Hong Kong.
No, too far away.
All right. Okay.
Hong Kong is this great places to getting on places. They would retake Hong Kong, and they're planning to use it as a forward base to support the actual forward base. But yeah, Weihai Wei was where they were heading for as their operation base for doing stuff to Japan. It's yeah. It's when you sort of look at the map and you go, oh, so where's Weihai Wei? And you go, oh, that's really close to Japan. That's almost too close to Japan, because inside, it's in the Yellow Sea, and it's actually got Korea between it and Japan. Realistically, you might want to be running it from Shanghai, because that's a better position. But the British knew about Weihai Wei. They knew all the stuff. They had all the stuff there, and they thought they could only secure Shanghai with the Chinese support. And they weren't 100% sure they'd have that. They thought they'd have it for any war versus Japan, but they weren't, 100% sure.
It's not that one plans for all eventualities in war, it's just that all eventualities are considered and taken into a consideration.
Yeah. It is fun.
Except possibly for the fall of France quite so quickly with their navy.
No, there have been basically no planning for the fall of France, because no one had thought it considered a possibility, because France was supposed to be France.
It was the...
They weren't supposed to fall.
No.
You weren't supposed to do that.
It's very Obi-Wan to Anakin. But you were the chosen one!
No, it's more a case of, why the frigate did you jump over my head, you moron? If you just walked up to me instead of doing a dance like that, I'd have never been able to land the blow I just did. Because you decided to do a dancing maneuver and try and fly over my head like an imbecile, you left yourself wide open, you moron.
Well, that's France for you.
But it was sufficiently French.
Yeah, you're trying to be impressive and stylish. So it's very French.
But not actually giving radios to your personnel. Ramol, what is your opinion on the Forest Sherman class? Do you think they're trying to replace World War II destroyers with it, but couldn't and kept the World War II era destroyers instead? Not really. The Forest Shermans, to me, are a good example of transition, a fleet in transition. They're armed with 3-inch guns. They are armed with 5-inch. They have some 5-inch guns. They have some 3-inch guns. They have some various interesting systems on them, but yeah, they're basically as they're initially built, they are basically the fleet in transition time. Sorry about that. Right, favorite comment you received this year, most amusing, insanely written. Not really going to be nasty about it, but also I've received a lot of comments recently about. Well, let's put it this way. Before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I was told that Ukraine wouldn't fight because they loved Russia and they wouldn't fight because they're really the same people. Napoleon said that Britain was a nation of shopkeepers and therefore wouldn't wage war successfully because they wouldn't have the stomach for a fight. Hitler said something similar. So did the Kaiser said Britain wouldn't go to war. And I was inspired to look up all these people who said their opponents wouldn't go to war, because I have seen so many comments recently on the Taiwan video, but also on other videos, which are basically along the lines of, oh, these people will never fight China. I sit and go, I'm so glad, as I said, I've met enough people who are really involved in the Chinese system, etc., in terms of decision making, who really do understand that isn't the case. I realise there's a lot of propaganda going on around the world, but there's been enough history, enough examples of it, where people have gone, these people will not fight us because of X, Y, and Z. So far as history goes, that has never worked out to be the case. I'm open to being wrong. There's always a first time for everything. But so far, as history goes, that has never been the case. And I'm going to leave it with the rest of you to think about any favourite comments you've seen for a second while I'm going to go blow my nose again. I don't know why I need to blow it again, but this is the joy of
I made a comment. I made a comment on the video regarding the sinking of Prince of Wales and Repulse. And the person came back and said, you wouldn't have found any skeleton because seawater dissolves bone. I'll leave that one to Dr. Dan to explain why it's incorrect.
It doesn't. Next question.
It doesn't, or it doesn't over any over any meaningfully relevant period of time.
Yeah.
Because salt water is often called the universal solvent, because given enough time, it will dissolve anything. It's just a matter of...
Honestly, if you just had a brine solution, so water and salt and nothing else, I'm not sure it would with bone. The issue is all the other goodies you get in the seawater that will eat. You will have things that may kind of digest the bone and eat it, but I'm not sure that it would actually dissolve just if you just put it in, if you just put a skeleton in a bathtub of salt water. Yeah.
The mortician lady's probably done that experiment, Dan. But as far as I'm aware, I mean, bone has been in seawater since the 1200s, and we've still found it.
Oh, you trying
to
kill me?
It's that it's that things will eat it and digest it. It will be that's what will happen to it. It's not the seawater won't get a chance. It's all the biological stuff, because basically we are salt water.
Anyway, I just thought it was the dumbest thing I'd heard. I really did think it was the dumbest thing I'd heard.
But this is one of the things people seem to forget, is we are salt water. We are basically our own. We are a little ocean that our bodies decided to that our sack of cells decided to take with it when we left the ocean.
For being referred to as soggy bacon, thank you very much.
I mean, the other way to describe us is we're basically a lettuce with anxiety issues.
Again, I'd rather be a bacon with a side of bacon with anxiety issues. I feel like that's far more representative of my body comp.
To answer one of the questions which popped up in the chat, would Albania count as who said that? Channel. Would Albania before World War II count as examples X will not fight? Why? Being true. Not really, no, because if you consider they thought they would conquer Albania and everyone would go to their side, and then you look at the resistance movement in Albania during World War II, and you look at how vicious they were and how many troops they tied down, and you go, no, it really didn't go as well. Because everyone was supposed to collapse and give in. The government might have collapsed, the armed forces might have collapsed, the people didn't. Knights of everyone. If either the Type 23 Duke class, Lancaster, and the Hunt class had been sunk when the Iranians attacked NSA Bahrain, would their demise have had much effect? You would be currently watching the British government conduct the most, how do I put this, public, oh, it doesn't matter, they just hit an old ship campaign you have ever seen. Whilst everyone would be looking at them going, you guys really have managed to muck yourselves up, haven't you? That would have been the fiercest backpedaling known to mankind.
Yeah,
which would be happening regardless of which party was in power.
Yes, basically. In the nicest way, the good thing about defence in the UK is that it can usually most people who are pro-defence spending, it doesn't matter which politics they are, they hate all the political parties unitedly. And sometimes you look at some of them who go, no, this party's going to change things. And you sit there and go, you've got that desperate now. You honestly believe they'll change things. Yes, these people will change them. These people will be different than all the rest. And it's sort of, I can sort of understand how they've ended up going that direction. I can see their idea, because frankly they're thinking, we tried everything else, perhaps this not. But I'm just going, I don't trust any of them. I really don't.
It's that there's still that little spark of hope. It's so human. It's so what's the other way of describing
it's cute.
it? Unsupported by the evidence.
It's cute.
Yeah. Same idiot, different rosette.
Aiden Cloak, what would your ultimate replacement for HMS Ocean Bulwark look like? It would be an LHD. Basically, take the Trieste, make it a little bit bigger, because it needs to count more stuff for going in the North Atlantic, South Atlantic, and dealing with all the lovely those oceans on a regular basis rather than an occasional basis. And that would be it.
Increase the length to ever so slightly longer than the Russian carrier.
So what dimensions are we talking about, Alex, so that people understand that?
Oh, the Trieste. Currently the Trieste is... Look, it's currently a 245 metre overall length, 230 metre at the waterline or between the perpendiculars, 38,000 tonne fully loaded ship. And I would say for UK needs, it would probably have to grow to somewhere region about 230 metres LP between the perpendiculars, which would take it up to roughly 265 metres. Roughly overall, and that's entirely that growth entirely is about providing more space for stores, because currently the Trieste can carry 12 helicopters and F-35s, and that's not really enough for British needs, because again the distance of operations we're looking at, and it can carry about around about 600 standard Marines in standard and 1,000 in fully loaded, and realistically the Royal Navy would need about 800 in standard and about the capacity to go up to 1,200 to 1,600 fully loaded if they want in maximum capacity. So that's the size differentials, and the reason the British need those is because of the way their force structure needs to be. And this is if I was doing it. So if I was doing it, the Royal Marines would be back to being a brigade formation when they're deployed on amphibious operations.
Okay, 45,000 tons.
Mm-hmm. It would probably be slightly less than that, but would be heading towards that fully loaded. Yeah.
So standard displacement of an Iowa class.
It's scary to think about it in those terms, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah.
We're talking about a post-treaty battleship in size. That's the difference between an old warship and a modern warship. Yeah. And they've got armour.
I mean, Mikasa doesn't really feel much bigger than HMS Warrior.
Montana 67, are we going to get a room tour? Not until the room's actually sorted out. Until I've cleaned everything out, and actually this room's actually finished. And by that point, my desk will be over there, over that direction behind me,
over the hills and far away.
Yeah.
I thought he was looking behind and looking at what the poodle was misbehaving at them for a second.
No, the poodle's being well behaved. The poodle's asleep.
Oh, that's very good of Rowley. Congratulations, Rowley.
Ramol, why did the USN fitted standard missile launchers on the Kitty Hawk carriers early on? Do you think it's too overpowered for carrier self-defense and stop until Room 7 entry? It's basically I wouldn't personally, because of FOD, I wouldn't want missiles that big, but those were what were available, so they went with them. And it's not necessarily overpowered. I just remember you're talking to the UK, and we fitted Sea Dart to ours. It's just a case of I'm not really sure it's the best use of space. When you've got Room 7, that's a better option. My second one, as the USSR planned a Project 63 nuclear-guided missile cruiser based on the Soldov-class light cruisers, was that drawn mainly as a response to the US Long Beach? Yes and no. The Russians were heading for nuclear-powered cruisers for a long time. They liked the logistics advantage of it for them. Chandlord, your favourite ship stands on trial accused of X. Phoenix Wright is her attorney whilst Mars Edgeworth prosecutes. What is she accused of and did she do it?
Warspite, almost certainly. She's pleading insanity.
I'm trying to figure out who Phoenix Wright is for starters. Let me just figure out who Phenix Wright is. I'm not.
Series
I
of
was thinking,
Nintendo's games.
Yeah.
Is this a dragon? Is this a dragon question? Because it's a Azure Lane thing, you know.
No, it's not.
My fault when I looked at that.
It's not Azure Lane.
Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord.
It's basically internet meme culture.
That's right.
It's Ace Attorney.
It literally makes stuff up as you go along.
Yeah. In which case, it's probably is Warspite accused of war crimes? And technically, she probably didn't commit it because she probably didn't commit it because it probably wasn't war crimes when she did it.
Post for crimes against visibility.
Fortunately for many, being hideously ugly is not a prosecutable act.
It might be in some bits of France.
No, that's for bad dressing. And I say this as having, one of my cousins, her at the moment partner, but to be wife soon, and they're still deciding whether I'm giving one of them away or I'm officiating at that particular marriage. We'll find out in time. I can do a very nice speech either way. Is French. And the rest of the family, when we got together for a casual get-together, her version of casual dress and our version of casual clothing is very different. Mm-hmm. There's me in my combat trousers, t-shirt with a jacket, and that's sort of casual for going out, and it's meeting a pub, and then there's her in what was basically a Chanel light suit. And I was sort of going, that's casual? Okay. That's casual?
I think this is another version of the word casual some of us older people are unaware of.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think just we're too Anglosphere.
Yeah, the Brits have very much a case of smart, it's a suit. Smart casual.
I don't read both.
It's a suit without a tie. Casual. It's combats or jeans, depending on your personal interest, and a t-shirt.
But if you read Vogue magazine, then it's whatever designer label you want.
Ugh. Timu, what if there is no iron brew on a orange ship? Will there be mutiny? I have actually spoken to various RN Sonos personnel on this front, and there is a myth, I say a myth because I haven't been able to find data to prove it, that once there was an emergency RAF flight with iron brew out to a warship which was running low in the Middle East.
And yet they flew it entirely plausible.
They flew it out to the nearest airfield, and the ship's helicopter came and collected it.
And yet, I find that entirely plausible.
That's the trouble, I do too. That's why I have not done any research to see if it actually is real or not. I could imagine that happening.
What worries me now is the idea that the limiting step for the RN ballistic missile submarines in terms of duration of patrol could be how much iron brew have they got on board.
Well, it could be one of many things. I mean, the British parlance for HP sauce. Or Marmite.
Again, I should point out that those ships, those particular boats, they have some of the most impressive food storage facilities of any vessel I've ever been on.
Yeah. Oh, thinking of iron brew as well. In one of my local shops, they had a whole load of other products made by Bar. So I've got some cream soda from them.
Okay.
I need to try.
Enjoy.
Bar make product other than iron brew?
They do. Bar make actually quite a lot of products.
But why?
Yeah.
Why? That's production capacity that could be used towards making iron brew.
Because they persist the perspective that they can, if they produce enough, drive Coca-Cola from the UK shores.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more that not everybody likes bubblegum flavoured soda. Some like the orange stuff.
They do
It's
also
bubblegum
have
citrus.
They do also have
Yeah.
bubblegum flavoured stuff separately, which
Yeah.
I chose to pretend didn't exist.
Right. So, 8420. Did anyone try that weird turret design from the Smolensk in World of Warships in real life? Seems very faulty. I haven't seen it yet from the Smolensk. Is there something I'm missing on this particular design?
It's an older ship in game. It is effectively two 130s stacked on top of each other in a quad mount.
What, like an under and over shotgun?
Yeah, but with four guns, so two per side
dear.
and then two on top. See if I can find an
Don't
image where
think
it's got it
anyone's
semi up
tried it.
close.
I don't think anyone's tried that with anything bigger than a 40mm.
Not at the moment.
The Italians looked at it for a 15-inch.
They looked at it. They didn't actually build it to test it out. They just looked at it on paper, didn't they?
As far as I'm aware, thankfully, yes, but it is something they were rather wanting to build.
I know, but
I'll
they're the
just put an
Italian.
image of Cyclops
They are special.
I'll put an image of it in Cyclic.
In that
Of the
period, they
Smolensk.
are very much the Regia Marina are special in that period.
And to be fair, they were selling design. They were about the only people who were selling to the Soviets at the time. So making it Smolensk is actually not entirely inappropriate, because you can see Comrade Stalin taking one look at it and going, "Ooh, shiny,"
Oh God,
and then
Lord!
the ship designers going, "Oh no." What have you done?
That's going to get me killed. That's going to get me sent to the gulag.
Okay.
Right, Aiden Clarke, if you're procuring a new conventional submarine, would you prefer the Japanese or Korean design?
I'll take either over a German one. I have nothing against the Germans or their designs or anything. I just think that their ships are more. Their submarines are more limited in scope than I would want to be taking anywhere outside the Baltic.
The Swedish ones, if you want to go outside the Baltic with a European submarine.
But fundamentally, I don't really want to go out of the. Yeah, if I'm going outside, if I'm going into something like the Atlantic, I'd rather have a big boat.
I'm going to say something strange, but I have a reason for this. I would go with Korea. The reason is the average height in Korea is roughly an inch higher than the average height in Japan. And so, if I'm going to be operating myself in something like that, one of these boats, considering my height is higher than their average, I'm probably more likely to have scope for room for manoeuvre in the Korean one. Although I will say this, having walked through some Japanese boats while we were in Japan, They were not as uncomfortable as I feared they would be. The modern ones.
Sorry to dropping in again. I got a neuron activation. Baltics, Swedish subs.
Yes.
You do not want to mess with those.
They're good boats.
You really don't.
Yes.
Little floating defensive minefields.
Because
Well,
of my
the trouble is about the Swedish submarine program at the moment.
Alex, may I?
Carry on.
Alex, may I finish?
Yes.
Because you know my training, what I done, what my current status is with the Finnish Navy. Those are sneaky little buggers that I don't like to try and find with my hydrophones.
Okay.
Because you need active to pinpoint where they are. And with active, obviously, you give your location away.
All right.
I mean, I think it was only the Chinese Navy of the 1980s and possibly early 1990s that tried to defeat sonar by being so loud that it deafened the sonar operators.
Yeah, but that doesn't work anymore.
Everyone else goes for stealthy, sneaky submarines.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to get a dig in at the old Chinese Navy. I hasten to add it is the old Chinese Navy and not the current one. But back when it was the unloved red-headed stepchild of the People's Liberation Armed Forces.
No, when it was something, it was slightly below the Beijing dog catchers in importance as far as as most of the Chinese armed forces were concerned.
Alex, therefore, as a strategy, how about UAVs, which are as noisy as old Chinese submarines, all as distractions from the real submarines which are trying to do the sneaky?
It's an option, but they'd probably be disposed of quite quickly. Again, these are things if they're that noisy, they're going to be quite easy to pick up and destroy.
Yeah.
That's it, really. Right. Okay, next question. What is your opinion on the Indonesian Navy's intention to buy ex-Italian carrier Garibaldi? This is from Mole. Do you think it would take years for them to learn about carrier operations? It depends on how they're going to use it. In terms of helicopters from ships, they've been doing that from our vessels, so that's not going to be much problem. If they're going to start trying to operate something like a Sea Harrier or a Harrier or an F-35, that's probably going to be more interesting. Because that's a lot of investment development. If they're procuring the Garibaldi to become basically a helicopter carrier to support their operations, that's going to be a very sensible use of a vessel. It's going to also be a very capable vessel. I think someone wants to go garden, so I'm going to leave you all with this question. Please don't push on too much, any questions, just this one. But I think myself it'll be quite okay, but I think you'll be able to offer something. While I quickly put, and I do apologise, put the poodle in the garden. Come on. Garden it is.
I have a far more important question. Why is my breakfast cereal now in the shape of a cardiac muscle?
Do you mean that in terms of an individual cardiac myocyte or little heart shapes?
Heart shapes.
Real heart shapes? Real heart shapes
Because
or Valentine's heart shapes?
Runon's walked off and we can't hear them.
Part 2.
Yeah.
Number 2.
When did you buy the box of cereal?
A couple weeks ago.
So on Valentine's.
Which was around Valentine's Day, wasn't it then? So it's a marketing scheme.
It was a week or two after that.
Yeah, so it's when they were clearing the stock.
Yeah. It's a marketing scheme.
Yeah, it was a purge.
Yeah. The only thing about the aircraft side is if we're excluding the F-35 because basically slowish production rate, what is the lifespan remaining on Sea Harrier airframes or any Harrier airframes? would be the interesting word.
Yeah, but I dare to quote Cactus on Twitch because he said it loves you. Yeah.
Jonathan Moon, clearance.
Yeah. Well,
I think the thing is you can
Did you have a nice time?
remanufacture. If you're prepared to put
Did
the
you
money
do
in, you
everything
can
you wanted?
remanufacture an aircraft.
Were you well behaved? Did you clean up after yourself? Go on.
Dr. Clarke left his mic on live.
No,
Yeah.
I think he's talking to us about that.
Oh, come on.
yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah. And we get a treat.
Yay! Big
Nice,
hit.
we are on the
This
treat.
is something, a small thing I got given by a cousin. I just thought I'd show you all. It's a little sort of Lego reindeer. They're
Cute.
cool.
Kawaii. Alex, why is the seal not hugging the killer whale anymore?
They're
Okay.
having a spat.
A lover's quarrel, if you will.
Who's having
It
a
is
lover-
very nice.
Who's having a lover's quarrel now?
Your seal
No,
and
I was-
your orca.
Yeah, because I gave the seal to Alex, so
Yes, it's an elite naval commando, and it just got stood up by somebody in the SBS who was sneakier.
Yes.
They're having fun with
When I
each
was
other.
When I was at Vassar,
Come on.
I did buy a Swedish rat, but the Swedish rat was for my friend who likes rats. So I bought a rat plushie.
This is
Yeah.
fine.
Okay, there's so many people. Thoughts on the current Iran situation? I don't really like getting into current politics, but we do talk about current operations. So I'm just going to say this: it is what it is. Someone went
can
in
I-
to do
can I
a
say-
decapitation strike, and realistically, there have been enough issues going on around that something was going to happen. I would also point out this is one of the most heavily telegraphed punches there has been in a long time coming. The Americans have basically deployed everything over the last 2 months to the Middle East. It has been the case of it's coming, and you always, again, not everything you hear, not everything makes into the public discussions, and even the stuff I've been hearing, going around the water cooler sort of thing, has been a case of the Americans are waiting for some sign that things were going to improve domestically, and that Iran was going to start, being as good as Iran can be, because Iran is one of those nations which always has such a great potential in the world. They have a really good population, really hard-working population, and a lot of resources and a lot of things. And they've had periods where they've been one of the world's leading nations. And yeah, this is what happened. So
I would
Alex,
say the Iranians do need help in
Yes.
terms of because their water situation is dire.
yeah, and one wonders if the new leadership, if the leadership change is going to bring about improvement of that.
My
Yeah,
comment on it is it has so far looked to have messed up a holiday for my parents, a cousin's wedding, and at least one other person's holiday.
Yeah, Dan, do we look like we care?
I care about his parents' holiday because, in the nicest way, they're lovely people. They deserve their holiday.
Yeah, well, I
They-
agree on that. But,
They were going to be going to Israel for a cousin's wedding.
Yay!
so anyways, you should have been with me when the announcement of the certain religious leader passing was announced, and my next door neighbor, who is an Iranian dissident, I was considering that perhaps the solid wall that actually is solid, full concrete, is not solid enough. R2 up on.
Yeah, I happen to belong to a Facebook group which I was invited to because there was a load of naval history in there years ago by a friend, and it's full of people who are Iranian expats who left many years ago. And yeah, my Facebook account today, the amount of messages on there which have been on that page have not been suitable for public consumption. And whilst
I bet they aren't.
It's one of those things of, I understand their sentiment. I don't exactly share it because I've not had the same experiences about them as they have. But it's a case of, yeah, they're very, very happy.
Yeah, the one Iranian I got to know reasonably well was a long time ago, and he was the weaving technician at the college where I was at. He ran all the looms in the lab. And he was a really, really, really nice bloke, and for his misfortune, he'd fought in the Iran-Iraq war, so he knew what war was. Mm-hmm. Poor man.
Yeah, my experience with Iranians has been they've all been lovely people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just have not been a fan of the regime there for a while. And it's not that I think that the previous one was necessarily much better, it's just not a fan of the regime that's been in power.
Down and behave. No, behave. I know you're not getting the attention you want, but you don't always get the attention you want.
Yeah. For those people who don't understand what I meant about the water thing, is that Iran basically built an awful lot of new reservoirs, but they built them over salt deposits. So all they did was pull the salt out and basically end up with brackish reservoirs, which you can't use for drinking water.
However, in good news, they have been.
They drained all their aquifers from underground. Yeah, it's not a good situation for their water.
No, Iran's had a lot of bright ideas when it's come to their water supply. On the concept of the plasma lance, it's a coolish weapon. Myself, I would say the problem with the plasma lance for Covenant perspective is it's almost too powerful because they don't want to put it on a lot of ships because they're worried about those ships being used against them. And I would say, in terms of fighting, well, us, it's not really as helpful as it should be because it's a very powerful weapon as long as we are playing by the tactics which the Covenant want us to play by. If we're playing by different tactics, then they get into trouble. It's one of those weapons which is, as they designed it and as they set up, it does make scientific, to an extent, some scientific sense, and it does have some reasonability in it, but it's also, how do I put this politely?
Is it a case of arming a ship solely with carronades?
No, it's more a case of it's kind of like the Romans with their Corvus system. When they, the Corvus ramp system they'd use to basically hold a ship in position so that legionnaires could board. It's a devastating system, so well devastating you think, oh, we're going to keep to it. But that's only as long as the enemy is prepared to actually close view to the existence that you can do that, and also is not maneuverable enough they can't pull away. It's a devastating weapon as long as the enemy does what you want them to do.
Yeah. It's one of those weapons that's more useful shaping the battle than it is actually fighting it.
Yeah.
Because it outranges anything short of a Supermac in 30.
Yeah.
Of pop your ships, you've got to come to us and play by our rules.
Yeah.
How dare the enemy not play by my rules and do exactly as I have planned for them to do in my extremely overly complicated and convoluted war plan?
It's terrible.
Do they not realise I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet?
Yeah.
And I will smash them with my Yamato.
Okay. Foxhound 421. What unbuilt warship designs do you think are the biggest missed opportunity for the Royal Navy? If I'm going for after World War One, it's probably something along the lines of the G3s and F3s. Something which would be a fast capital ship going into 1920s and 30s would be really useful. If I'm going by post-World War II, it's the Maltas. And if I'm going pre-dat, it's probably Dreadnought Sisters, because if you want to actually have a warrior moment, you need to have ordered Dreadnought with Sisters at the same time. You needed to have had, even if they don't come in quite as quickly as Dreadnought, you needed to have been ordering 3 or 4 of those ships. Well, what the rest do you think?
When I saw the question, I thought Maltas.
Dan?
Yeah, Malta and F3. G3s were lovely, but with the treaties, you were never going to get them. So, and the politicians were going to sign you up to the treaty at that stage. So, they kind of sadly die that death. But the F3 instead of the Nelson and Rodney we got historically would have been things of beauty and an absolute terror to Britain's enemies, particularly the German-shaped ones.
Plus, the 15-inch 50s would have been kind of nice to build to upgrade all the Royal Navy's other 15-inch capital ships.
Yeah, because that you could have just about got away with under the treaty.
Yeah. And suddenly they go from 15-inch 42s to 15-inch 50s.
In fact, I'd probably look to test them on... Because just when they are doing all that, Renown is in the shop, I want to say. Having a refit. Just when the treaty is signed. So I'd probably try and sort of see if I can get early versions to take out to play on her.
Yeah. Because growing your barrel length by 10 foot is useful. Foxo, Draken?
I do, personally, I would go with G3s. My problem with F3s is I'm just not sure they actually would be built. While Dan says, yeah, the G3s are dead, in my opinion, the politicians basically mean the F3s also are basically dead.
Yeah, because they were looking for unsinkable bastions. The politicians all go, we want an unsinkable bastion, which doesn't actually exist, but it's politicians which are obsessed with that idea.
And also the whole thing of, well, they've got 16-inch guns, why don't we have 16-inch guns?
Yeah.
And the 16-inch guns on the Nelson Rodney, they're not the best 16-inch guns ever made, but they are still 16-inch guns.
I agree.
And very capable.
It's just if I was in charge, I would make a different consideration.
Let's ask Bismarck how effective a 16-inch gun his shell is from HMS Rodney.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would go with Maltas, but I think one that's been famous is actually CVA-01.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, later on CVA-1.
What was the actual question? Because I was away for a second.
What unbuilt warship designs do you think are the biggest missed opportunity for the Royal Navy?
Oh.
And I'm currently being mildly harassed by a poodle who's being very insistent on having a faction amount.
Poodle needs love.
Yes. I know it's after 9 o'clock. No, there's nothing you can do to change the reality of it. Other people want to watch television.
Poodle watershed.
Yes.
It's gonna sound strange, but I'd go with either the Neptunes or the 1946 Minotaurs.
Okay.
Early 50s Minotaurs.
1949.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Royal Navy's cruiser fleet, you're still in the era of the gun cruiser, but aside from some of the towns, they are lacking a lot. And they're being run hard by war service. Because they ran into the issue if they never had enough cruisers.
And so you get the Minotaurs, 10 6-inch autoloaders, even into the 60s, and even through the late 60s, is not something you want to mess with. Even if you have missiles, the fact that theoretically they have a maximum rate of fire of 20 rounds a minute, even dropping down to the preferred more 17 rounds a minute, with 10 guns, That's a lot of gun! Plus, also, they have the much better anti-air capability.
Yeah, and it's also compared to Tiger and Blake, when it comes time to convert them
Demanding biscuits
into
down and stay.
helicopter-capable ships and missile-capable ships, they actually have the spare volume and tonnage to do that effectively, compared to Tiger and Blake.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think how the people like the Paras would feel if something were to turn up to offer naval gunfire support, which could launch 200 6-inch rounds in a minute at Goose Green or something.
Also, the Minotaurs were meant to have the larger ammo magazines, because that was a known problem for Tiger and Blake, is that they didn't have that many rounds. So having expanded magazines means you can keep up that rate of fire for longer.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to keep that rate of fire up for longer.
Yeah, and I'm just of the opinion that these ships would have served the Royal Navy a lot better than Tiger and Blake did in the Cold War.
Oh, definitely. Mm-hmm. Even if you only get, say, a pair of them, like, say, with Tiger and Blake.
Yeah, because Tiger and Blake also have the issue they were sitting for so long.
Yeah. They did sit for too long.
And the towns are good cruisers, but by the late 40s they are long in the tooth.
They're knackered from a long, hard war, except for Belfast.
Well, even Belfast.
Even then, she's knackered from having a keel broken.
Yeah.
She?
Yeah.
She's not worn out because of that. It's just more. That's part of the reason why she's actually in the best condition is because she sat out a good chunk of the war because of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But having a keel broken, furthermore, where it tends to have a lot of, if it gets fixed, long-term consequences when it comes to bending the ship.
Yeah.
Weird and wonderful ways.
I would say there are 3 ships which would have been really useful to have right now, though, that we could have almost had. Type 45s, but at numbers 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah.
That would make a big difference to us, the Royal Navy, right now.
Well, or if we'd gone for, if we just cracked on with the Astutes instead of kind of messing around.
And there's always the thing of, what if we'd ordered the Future Service Combatant instead of waiting for the Global Combat Ship to come along? C1, the C2, and the C3, which would have been a lot earlier. Oh, that would have been fun.
While we're in a little moment, there are a few questions left. People are trying to type questions in. The questions will reopen shortly. But
yes.
Please don't type any questions in until you see the banner change, because it can be slow.
Yes, because that means the computer has worked it out.
Yes.
Now, well, the trouble is with the 1952 CV carrier IO is that it never reaches the level of development which even the CVA-10 develops. The 1952 is very much a paper work rather than anything actually seriously being done with yards, etc. It's very much a theoretical. Type 32s, they haven't technically been, they wouldn't be started till the Type 31s to finish the production run anyway. So, I've answered that all along. We have no idea when they'll be coming along. Chandler, opinions on the TAG class battlecruiser from Star Wars. Could they be considered auxiliary battlecruisers? I've got Dragon, so I'm going to go Dragon.
The TAG class are weird. They are.
Start?
Hmm?
Oh, you said, this ship is weird. It's like, yep, that's off to a rip-roaring start.
Yeah. Basically, they're right. This is giving far too much credit to TAG, but it's kind of like Vickers Armstrong just going to the government, hey, we've got this battleship, would you like the design? Would you like to build them? We built them already. Would you like them? Just pay us the money. Like, no. Ah, well, we've already built them. I see.
Yeah.
Right. They are large vessels. They have okay hangar capacity. Their weapons are not the worst, but for a ship of their scale, they have surprisingly light armament. In general, it's very much a corporation has built this instead of a navy. They're not bad ships, they're just not quite up to what a military could do with them.
Yeah. Tank battle cruisers do look
They
fun.
look good, but
Do they also suffer from sci-fi writers don't know what a battle cruiser is?
no, that's just Star Wars. That's just Star Wars in a nutshell.
Yeah, every single image I've seen of the tags, and I looked up to check this morning, always reminds me more of a Klingon ship than a Star Wars vessel.
Maybe it's the Ferengi.
Certainly Ferengi in their creation. They are interesting. Yeah, they're weird. Leslie Mitchell, if the Five Eyes Alliance comes under strain, which partners should the UK look as potential replacements or alternatives? There is no replacement in the United States when it comes to intelligence. They've got far more satellites than everyone else combined. They've got a bigger budget than everyone else combined when it comes to these things. Realistically, your options are... Whilst I'd love to say the French are sufficiently independent in their foreign policy, you can work with them on a case-by-case basis, but a long-term scenario is always going to end up with you either constantly giving in to their whims, or you constantly fighting and arguing with them about what they're going to do. And I love the French.
Doing whatever the hell they want anyway.
Yes, I love the French, and again, linguistics. Yes, linguistics, they're little cousins of the thing. The French are fun.
French.
The Germans don't really have anything. The Polish haven't yet built what they want to build yet. The Swedish have a disturbingly good intelligence network system. Disturbingly good considering their size. Realistically, if we manage to keep Australia, Canada, and New Zealand together with Britain in this scenario, Japan's a good add-in. If you did see New Zealand leave the Five Eyes, I'm fairly sure Japan would be who everyone else would go, yeah, well, let's have Japan in as our fifth member. But yeah, it's a complicated scenario because it would depend on the circumstance on which member dropped out, why they dropped out, and what you're seeking to replace and what you're seeking to add to the grow the group.
I think you have to ask the question of why that member drops out.
Gossi de Panda, give the size growth overall. Was that for the Trieste? Let's hear on. If the US Navy built 7 shells of atoms with gas turbine power plants, which is Naval Pratt & Whitney, how much faster do you see the US jump to the GL and 2500? Well, if they already got gas turbines in service, then that's something they're already used to. So they're looking for an improved version of that, and therefore when the LM2 2500 comes on, they'll probably go for it. But it's probably not going to speed things up that much because it's going to depend on when the LM 2500 is available. Jonathan Moon. Oh, good lord, this is a question. Okay, Dan, we're going to need your assessment here, because it starts off with a sane person takes charge of the Dutch Navy and orders 12 of the 7 Provincial class frigates on top of the 4 we have. This is one
Wait.
for each program. How will this affect things?
You said sane.
Yeah, that's the question.
That means
Is
that
anyone
means
in
you
this
have to-
group by Dan? Anyone in this group defined by you as sane?
No.
Ah,
Closest to it is potentially Foxo.
I was going to say dragon, but
No, they are both absolutely lovely, wonderful people, but I would not harness them with accusations of sanity. In answer to the question, the Dutch suddenly show the British up so badly if they were to do this, it would be, for anyone who actually understood it, so utterly humiliating that you might actually get a proper increase in defence expenditure.
Yeah.
I can't think of many other things that would do that.
Well, I think that's
Because they're going, because they're too.
if you consider when they built them between 1998 and 2005. So if they'd gone on for to build 12, or rather 16, so they're building 16 for the 16 provinces. At the same time, the Royal Navy was building the Type 45s. Because the Royal Navy builds them between 2003 and 2012. I don't think you see the last three. You might see the Type 45s get to 12 ships, just out of pure competition with the Dutch.
I could see it growing to 20, just on a.
No, because the rest would go. We've also got the Type 23s. So that'd be their point. We've got 12 Type 45s and 13 Type 23s, or rather, at that point.
I could still see it turning into a measuring thing.
Oh, it could well do, but at that point we would still have, I think, 16 Type 23s. So it'd be a case of we'd have 28 escorts, they'd have 16. So we probably claimed that was it.
It would depend on whether they are calling them. So if they're calling them frigates, then we can get away with it.
They're calling them frigates.
If they called them destroyers, then we'd be schnookered.
They're called frigates.
Yeah, but if we could get the British press to call them destroyers.
Yeah, that would be fun. But yes, it would be an interesting one. It would be an interesting scenario. Because basically the British government only starts spending money when they're worried that the French and the Dutch are going to overtake them dramatically.
Yeah, what I'd really like to see is if we got a county class for each county.
That would be impressive.
Let's see.
Including Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I was just doing the maths on that. Technically, there are 13 historic counties in Wales. So that'd be 19 plus another 33, which is going to be 52, plus the 48. So that could be 100.
So basically, it could
the
be
person who's got to basically say some of those names.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. And that's just if we're going off the ceremonial counties. If we go off the actual the actual counties, there's currently even more. Wales has now got 22 principal areas, as they call them. I think the Scots still have roughly 33. The England is divided into 84 4 metropolitan and non-metropolitan counties.
I do not want an HMS Greater Manchester or HMS Merseyside.
No, it probably would just be called HMS Manchester, wouldn't it?
No, there'll be an HMS Manchester and an HMS Greater Manchester because both of the division areas, different areas. If you go by the
Manchester's
84
always
one,
been...
you could go for a separate one.
Manchester's always traditionally been in Lancashire. Oh, sorry, that would be HMS Lancashire.
There will be an extra HMS. There will also be an HMS Lancashire. So there'll be Manchester.
Yeah.
There'll be two Manchester. Plus there'll be in a nicest way that takes it up to quite a lot. It really does. And again, before anyone asks, the poodle is complaining about it being his bedtime. Boy, so talking about plushies, when are we getting the Blackburn plushie? Actually, interesting enough, I have looked at getting that sort of thing set up and doing that sort of thing, and I have looked into the various people who could make him and how to do it, and I've worked out that apparently I need at least to be about 25,000 subscribers on YouTube before I can do that. But then I can go to a company which is actually quite decent and get them to make them to order, where literally everyone will have to pay in advance, and then they will get them sort of delivered. They'll get them delivered if they want them, but it'll be a case of yes, and it'll be a batch sort of order system of this many people have ordered. Okay, then they'll do they'll make a batch of them. So I mean, realistically, I need to get to the 25,000 subscribers, and then can be a Blackburn plushie.
That's a reason enough in itself.
I was considering that the Blackburn plushie would be, of course, have potentially a poodle pilot and a corgi observer, or a corgi observer and a poodle pilot, or a poodle observer and a corgi pilot. I'm not sure which way we'll do it around, but I think that would be the appropriate thing.
You see, I'd have thought that the corgi would have been flying the Zoom and Boom fighter, because that's its method of attack.
Potentially, but in terms of the Blackburn, that's what they'd be doing. In future, they might well be change places when they're in the Fairy Fulmar or in other options. But they would be in.
I can see, because it's based on the Blackburn Shark, isn't it?
Yes.
So, which was the torpedo bomber. So that would be what the corgi would be in, because with that, the corgi would be trying to take on a battleship because it has no concept of its own size versus its enemy. It's like, I'm in something that weighs maybe 2,000 pounds. You are in a battleship that weighs well in excess of 20,000 tons. You're mine.
Dan, remember that question about the sanity thing?
I did not include myself.
Okay. IO.
Exclude myself.
What if the first Centurials had been sold to the Royal Australian Navy and Royal Canadian Navy, and the second two were built to stretch Hermes spec? Potentially, they last a little longer. They last a little longer in Royal Navy service. Potentially, they're around with Hermes, and so you have multiple Hermes involved for the Falklands War. Potentially, you have more in terms of their capability going around, or potentially you have larger Invincibles better to follow on from them. But that's changing a lot of history to do that. That is changing a lot of history.
I'm just trying to work out a joke about a sister, kind of a not quite Hermes adapted version being a hermaphrodite, but I'll get back to you when I work out what the joke to that punchline is going to be.
I should warn everyone that now Scrubs has returned to our television screens, Dan's sense of humour will not improve.
Dan had a sense of humor?
It will get worse.
I say again, Dan had a sense of humor?
Yes, it's vestigial and fairly inactive, but You know, in the same way that I'm sure that Stalin had a conscience somewhere.
Mm-hmm. I just hope that Dr. Clarke doesn't have feedback from purchase of his store online, because I just made a purchase of a nice hoodie with custom bling bling on the sides and back.
I get it automatically. I wasn't going to tell you, Timu.
Yeah, I know that already, so...
Yeah. It just tells me that someone's ordered something. Don't worry, that's all. I don't get full detail. Just,
you going... I say you will love it when I get it and post pictures of it. Because Dan is already informed and he was like, yeah,
okay,
that's good.
All right. Aiden Cloak, before I get really, really worried, Aiden Cloak, say a country wants to buy a battleship in 1913 and has been has been politely, assisted by the Vickers salesman. What does a full Vickers designed built battlecruiser look like? It's got to have 14-inch guns. It would have triple turrets if they got all their way, because they've got a great triple turret design they're trying to push on everyone. It's probably going to have 15 guns, because you have to remember, Vickers do everything, but they don't do the boilers and the turbines. They tend to get them from elsewhere at this point. So they really want to sell you something which has the maximum guns, the maximum amount of armor, those things on, and fire control systems. Really, everything else is secondary. So it's not necessarily going to be the fastest ship, but there again, if you're prepared to pay for the premium, they'll get the stuff down from Parsons turbines, and they'll even get you Thornycroft boilers if you really want them. Oh, by the way, I just thought you'd all find this interesting. No, this is one of the comments I've just recently received. Was that apparently only Chinese VLS systems can quad pack missiles.
Oh. Somebody needs to tell all the people who are currently quad packing stuff that they really can't.
No, I just gave them a link to the other people's, and then they just responded that being lies. That's lies.
Yeah, because Chinese always invent things before the US and the rest of the world. The line.
Sometimes they do, but honestly, there's sometimes that you just sit there and go, seriously, you're on the internet, you're wandering around, you can actually Google and check this before you write it.
The Chinese are uncredited with many inventions, which is unfair.
Yes.
But not in this case.
Yes. And
in this case, everyone's...
Their handlers... Yeah. The handlers have a different opinion, so.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
It's fun times. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I do. So I said I have a very strict policy of I don't use what my comment section has in it as a grading of the nations, because you're going to get some very erudite, very interesting comments, and I've had some very interesting discussions with various people from China over the Type 55s, etc., and their designs. And one person who was basically saying, you've got it wrong in terms of numbers. And I went, well, no, I don't count them until they've commissioned. I know the Chinese Navy operates on the same system which the Soviets and the Germans did, and they count the ships the moment they've been launched as part of their fleet. But I don't count them until they've been commissioned, until they've been finished fitting out, they're fully crewed and commissioned, because they're not really useful. And that was the difference in our numbers. And that was an interesting discussion as to why they think that's valid versus me, who doesn't think that's valid, because my guess it's not operational. Their thing is it's as soon as operational, it's in the water. It's going to be it's going to be counted into the operational. It's counted into the operational numbers now because it's soon going to be operational. And I can understand their perspective. I just don't agree with it. But we did come to a very sort of simple thing of which is agree to disagree very politely. Yeah, it was a fun one. I'm not sure. Actually, one of the fun things I've noticed is that on the view, the Chinese view, the videos which have been getting the large numbers of Chinese views recently, they've also been getting the highest number of female views on the channel. And when I say that's high for me, because I'm normally well into double digits, which is more than my colleagues in terms of percentages of female viewership. I'm normally operating into sort of the 14-15%. For some reason, some of those videos have been getting into the 20s. percent female viewers, and so there's every chance that a quite large number of the Chinese viewers are not guys, which is a nice thing for me because it means there's a lot of people interested in naval history out there and naval stuff. Yeah, but basically, if it's Vickers doing it, it's going to be a lot of guns. Nice hearing. If the USN built 3 Spruance helicopter destroyers for ASW groups, what class of ships would they be leading? OHPs and probably their predecessors, and Spruances. Basically, the Spruances, and if they're leading an ASW group, the Spruances will usually found themselves leading OHPs by most of by the point at which they're really doing that in the Cold War.
So are we just talking about kind of operating on their own ASW groups, or are we talking about kind of the ASW component of an escort for a
both
carrier battle group?
Both, because usually what the US used to do was they would bring in a destroyer squadron for air defense and then an ASW squadron, and they would combine together to become the carrier battle with the carrier and the amphibious task group. Well, the carrier and the support group to become the carrier battle group. And then you'd have the amphibious task group not too far away, and they'd have their own escorts, and yeah, it was all combined.
Okay.
For the sake of Adrian's Protector, as far as I know, her crew and everything's going okay. And it's quite an important part of the British effort. As for the Royal Navy's icebreaking hydrographic ability, Lord help us. We haven't replaced Echo and Enterprise. We haven't replaced a lot of the systems, and we do need more ships. But we need more ships generally. And the trouble is, as important as they are, warships come first.
Yes, and if you need,
we need
ships,
warships.
we are here to help you.
Yes and no. This is the trouble is, it's very nice when people say that, and they do point out the alliances, but your interests come first. You have to deal with your own needs first. You haven't got enough ships for your own needs. This is the thing about the current British government going, it doesn't matter if we give some of our Type 26s to Norway to use. When we need Type 26s until we have enough, they will send theirs to help us. And I go, yes, but they originally needed 5. They've already cut it to 4, and they've got a huge frigating area of sea lines and communication to actually go through. That's not going to be enough. So in a nice way, they're not going to have one free to come and help us, or they're going to go, oh, we have to ignore our own national interests to go and support your carrier.
Which no government that wants to get re-election is ever going to do.
And this is the problem. It's a case of, in alliances, yes, you help each other, and that is a great thing. But in wartime, that becomes very, very difficult. And
yes, it does.
Relying on it is not sensible. It's a case of, if the Norwegians had a free Type 26, and we already had 3 with the task group, and they could have another one with us, that's great. That's wonderful. But you don't want to be in a scenario where you are, depending on them to supply your third or even your second Type 26. You don't want to be in that situation.
No. And this is where Britain is also going to be hamstrung by the fact that we won't buy from overseas to make up our numbers.
The trouble is,
my view,
we don't do that because of national supporting national economy, but also our last experience was buying the tankers from South Korea, which were delivered exactly as the contract specs specified, but that caused us a lot of trouble because, in the British government, being its typical way, wanted to change its mind halfway through about various features of them, and found that the contract meant they couldn't. The Koreans weren't prepared to stop building, redesign the ship, and then deliver it differently. And that meant that they were actually very dissatisfied with them when they got them, because they weren't what they wanted by that point, because they changed their mind halfway through. Sorry, Steve, carry on.
No, my point is that yes, we need to replace them, and possibly we could do it from overseas. but it's more great, we can expand our number of warships, but if we've not got trained officers ready and waiting to go, then we're in trouble.
Yeah.
So having these smaller vessels that we basically can train people on, and then say, right, okay, we've now got you, and then we take the person off and we put them on the new frigate, and we put a new crew on board the hydrographic vessel and see how they get on. So they're actually a useful training asset.
I just want to clarify, that is not what the hydrographic vessels are ever used for actually at all. They usually get the elite crews because they have to go and do very, very finite work. And it's usually used as a way of rewarding and acting as a training up for people who've already been trained to a new high standard. So basically it's taking people who are heading up to, who have got to really experienced grade, and then you want to get it up to level at which they can run departments, but you need to fine-tune their skills.
Oh, okay. But that would be my viewpoint. Is we need auxiliary vessels, and I was looking at them as an auxiliary vessel to basically train people.
That's what the OPV is used for. That's what the River class is being used for. If it wasn't for the River class are acting basically as the kernel to preserve our ability to command ships. But we need more of them as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Alex, I was looking on the icebreaking side of things, of course, because I'm a Finn. We do icebreaking here in New So.
Yeah. But the thing is, the Royal Navy tends to not need icebreaking for its operations.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the UK doesn't, its ports usually don't freeze up, and the UK doesn't usually, we don't usually send a whole fleet high enough north or low enough south that they actually need to break through as a fleet into the ice. If we were going to do that, that would be a major operation. I can imagine that would be an allied effort, and that would be something which we would probably call the Finns for, because at the moment the Canadians are ages away from getting theirs, and the Americans, Lord help them when they get theirs. It's going to happen at some point, but at the moment, as far as I can see, everyone's still mucking around. They supposedly ordered the ships, but they haven't finalised the design. Last I was reading. Which is not unusual for the Americans at the moment. They made a big thing about ordering them, and then they've gone, well, we actually haven't finalised quite a large chunk of the design yet.
So apparently what I know is the deal is done. There is an ink on paper that there will be 2 ships built in Finland and technology transferred to the US. So there will be steel cutting in here.
Yeah. I'm not surprised, but they haven't yet finalised the design for them, in terms of what specs they want for them, in terms of communications gear, in terms of... I'm just reading off a thing which was appeared on a USNI advisory, I think the document is. I'm just checking, I think it's something from the USNI, and basically it's a list of things of, this glorious thing has been designed, and all this stuff, and then you go down the bottom, and on the bottom there's buried there's a paragraph of, yet to be agreed, this, and you're just going, okay, that's like 2/3 of the ship.
What I know is... Dan, may I? Please.
Sure.
What I know, it's like we built the basic hull and installed the main propulsion, and then we ship it overseas to US to be finished.
Yeah. And the trouble is, I think that's going to arrive, and by then the Americans are going to have all sorts of plans for what they're going to fit into it, and it's not going to fit in the hull, but at that point... I can honestly, it's not going to be your fault, but I can see that happening because they are still debating what they're going to put in the hull.
Well, I can see one area of growth they will have will of course be removing some of the saunas.
Dan,
do not mention that. There's a Finn listening here. Do not mention that. That'll get you into trouble.
Some.
Yeah, there is no saunas on that design because we know that it's going to the Americans, so they don't need it.
So you're not
enough.
Look, that was that great line I got in Japan when I was in one of the traditional bathing sort of bathing places, trying to, because my back was hurting, so I'd gone and tracked down one. It was very nice and a good way to help. And a gentleman looked at me and said, "British?" I went, "Yes. How can you tell?" "You're not American. You've come in here, but you don't look comfortable, so you're probably British." Thank you. It was
the Americans would probably want 3 saunas, wouldn't they?
No. It's a very different. The thing is, the Americans. I don't want to say this in disagreement. This is a difference. This is not a denigration. This is a difference in culture thing. For the Americans, the group bathing, sauna, etc. scenario, it's a case of they don't really want that. They'd want a hot tub or something like that. And I would agree with them, actually, myself. If I was designing the ship for me, I'd want a hot tub over a sauna. That'd be more my way.
Alex?
Yeah?
How is your insurance premiums?
For my house?
No, the other one.
For my car?
Insurance?
No.
Travel?
Travel or life
There's a
insurance?
lot of things which have premiums.
Yeah, this is the thing is, I have a lot of insurances. I have public liability insurance I have 2 different sets of public liability insurance for what I do as a naval historian and for what I do as a consultant. So you have to be specific about what insurance, because I pay house insurance, I pay car insurance, I pay those, I have travel insurance, I have 7 different insurances I have to pay.
Yes, but do you have an insurance for insulting a Finn?
Life insurance.
Yes.
I also have critical illness insurance, which would also pay out in the event I am permanently physically disabled.
Thank you. For
I have health insurance,
Dan.
which is 4% of my paycheck.
I don't need that. I have the NHS. How comfortable are you about the question related to Japan's radar research history? I'm quite comfortable with them. I'm not the expert on it, but I've done a lot of research, and I know people who are the experts, and I've spent a lot of time with them. So I'm quite happy answering questions. And it's like with other things in terms of where I have knowledge, I will answer to the extent of my knowledge, and then I will say, if you want more information, please go research here and please go research there. When it comes to Japanese radar research, there is an actual research group which has done a huge amount of effort based on a huge amount of research.
Also, just to point out, the sauna gag was about the second gym you got on the Type 45s.
Oh, I guessed that one, but again, I liked the Finnish saunas, which I had. I had the one which I went into. We were in the middle of that lovely bay, and we went into. The plunge pool was actually the Baltic.
Yeah.
Or where was it from the mine? The mine Yeah, that was that.
One did in the lovely island of.
That was the one where. Yeah, it was lovely. The food was lovely. One of our party almost gave himself heat stroke because he felt he could take the heat for longer than he actually could do. Another of the party managed to make himself go cold the other way because he spent too much time in the water. And there was me who almost got into trouble because I decided I could do, as I'd come out the water and I could get into the Baltic and I could go for a swim, I decided I was going to do a proper swim in the Baltic, and I actually swam into the way of a boat without realising it, and then had to get out the way of the boat. It was just a sailing yacht thing. But yeah. It was,
nice nights.
I was having fun. I was doing backstroke and front crawl in the Baltic. I was happy.
Yeah, Luna Island is really nice because it's a former demagnetizing station.
Yeah,
As you know, Dr. Clarke.
and the restaurant is great, by the way. If you go there, A, the food is nice, but B, it's actually in the station and you can see all the equipment. So me and Drac were the worst dinner companions you've ever had. Thank God Gareth was there, because if he hadn't been there, we would have been so rude, because we would have been leaving the table and left the poor person who was supposed to be escorting us on her own. But as it was, we took it in turns to go off and wander around and take pictures and spend time looking at stuff. It was cool. Gentlemen, how would you optimize, rework the Lost Line and Minefield surprise attack? Honestly, you don't need to pretend to be a Lost Liner. You could literally be a container ship coming in or something which has a false bottom and a moon pool that can open up, and you could drop out, have UUVs which come out and quietly steer the mines into the position, and then come back, then return back, and then you disappear off, and you don't have to do anything which sticks out at all. Aidan Cloak, if a nation did what Poland did in 2022 for the vehicle fleet, but is now doing for the navy, who are they going to do? Who are they going to, and what are they going to buying? They're going to South Korea. They're going to Japan. They're the quickest builders there are available at the moment. They might be going to France for their frigate intervention. Potentially Britain for Type 31s, but again, it's going to be years before you get these things. All of them have got big building access. And one of the problems again with building abroad for Britain is the British government would have to admit that the yards, which are technically mothballed but can be available to build more ships should we need to be, aren't actually at the spec at which they could actually build ships. And that would be a big political no-no for a British government to admit. They would rather take ages to get the ships than admit that anything like that was happening. But basically, fastest production lines available are South Korea and Japan. Their big hold-ups are actually supplies of missiles and systems, which have to come from other production lines, non-Japanese, non-Korean production lines. And Italy's also a fairly good one to go to. Howard Goodison, Royal Navy leadership in 2010 have been taken over by Henderson type animals. How will the Royal Navy look today?
I'm not sure we would be in the situation we're in with what you've just discussed. I don't think we'd be short of facilities.
I think we'd have probably had more ships managed to be built, because, let's be honest, Henderson-like admirals, they're going to be blatantly making the case and feeding the case into the public, aren't they? They're not going to bother with the MOD press machine. They're not going to bother with any other press machine. They're going to be doing it themselves, quietly and efficiently. And again, remember, they don't care about who gets the credit. So they're going to frame everything, every positive story they can about naval power and use of naval in such a way it benefits the politicians, so they have to wrap their clothes in it. And if you have them coming on from 2010, so you've had that style of politicians for the last 16 years, you probably get the LHDs, and you might, well, let's be honest,
is one of the LHDs called Unicorn, and that's the one that's used as a carrier.
Who knows? But if you think about it, if you've had them since 2010, you could theoretically have got the third or even the fourth batches of Type 45s made. Because you think about it, the steel was cut for Daring was in 2003, Dauntless 2004, Diamond and Dragon both in 2005, Defender 2006, and Duncan 2007. But Duncan is not launched till 2010. So if you got them early enough in 2010, you could have had the Batch 2. And basically, what they'd have probably got is they'd have got the Batch 2 Type 45s, the next 6, built as with Mark 41 VLS. So they'd be the land attacks, they'd be the strike Type 45s, and able to do air defense as well, but also do strike, and the others would be the specialist air defenders.
So, also have the extra diesel generators in from the start.
Yes, well, maybe they've had extra gas turbine in from the start. We'll leave that to one side. But the other scenario you probably have been facing would have been, when it comes to the Astute class program and Trafalgars, because the Astutes, you have to remember there's a big break in their construction period. There is a massive break in the construction period, and that causes, and their cost rises commensurably with it. In that, Achilles is still under construction, isn't supposed to end service till 2028 or 2029. And she was only laid down in 2018. There was Astute laid down in 2001, Ambush 2003, Artful 2005. Then Audacious is delayed till 2009. So instead of her being laid down after 2 years, she's laid down 4 years later. Answer's laid down in 2011. Agamemnon's laid down in 2013. And then Achilles is laid down in 2018. So realistically, if you got them from 2010, my suggestion is you would probably have had at least another Astute laid down in 2015 between Agamemnon and Achilles, maybe Agincourt. And which we could have done. That wouldn't have caused us any trouble, but that would have meant we'd have one entering service probably, well, considering Agamemnon entered service in September commissioned in September 2025, we wouldn't be in a much better state now, but we'd be in a better state looking forward because we'd have a 7th Astute coming along. And that's going to help with force generation quite dramatically. You might have even had an 8th, because if they could get one laid down in 2015, one laid down in 2017, and one laid down in 2019, you could get you could have had a couple of them laid along, because the Dreadnought class submarines weren't laid down still laid down in 2025. So realistically, you could have carried on laying down till 2019 and still had space. You could have had another couple of Astutes being built.
When did people know about the issues with the US submarine steel quality that shortened the service life of quite a few boats?
That didn't affect the British because we bought up bar steel from a different place, but about the same period.
Because I'm just thinking that the US might, in that case, have appreciated if the British were to be. That came out in the 2020s. Okay. So either way, we wouldn't have had anything sort of laid down then. We would still needed a hefty gap between the Astutes and the Dreadnoughts, but if you could have gone 2015, 2017, and 2019, you would have been having 8 Astutes under construction. You'd still have 3 going through the construction sort of point, coming out quite soon. Yeah.
I know you're basically going to say, when I make this comment, of course that would be a good idea, Steve. But yeah, I think you're in the point where building Dreadnought 5 and 6 to be the missile strike boats.
Yeah.
Should we need them, is the best way of preserving the capabilities of the Astute.
Yeah. And that would have been something else I would have done. But also, it's a case of, you got them in from 2010, you have to remember there was a big, not that long before them, there was quite a big accident in terms of. Well, when was the SSBN crash? Yeah, it was in 2009. A Vanguard
the HMS Ambush one.
Vanguard and Triumphant. No, it's Vanguard and Triumphant.
Oh,
crashed into each other. Two SSBNs. And the thing is, that would have probably been used by the Royal probably used by those people as a justification for we need more, and they would have been going around making the case quite strongly. One of the things you do realise when you're looking at the Royal Navy at the moment is that we've lost the person who makes the case for Royal Navy construction, and that was the Third Sea Lord. And I think that position has to an extent been recreated by the back door by the Royal Navy over the last decade or so. I think if you had those sort of admirals in charge, they'd have actually managed to push somehow to get it recreated completely. They'd probably use the argument of, look at all the construction, look at how expensive and how important the construction is, how much it costs. You need someone who's actually of a senior level to be in charge of this. It would already be created as a post for a vice admiral in the modern navy rather than a rear admiral, but yeah.
Well, that's steering us back to the point of the question, isn't it?
Yeah.
What would have happened if we'd have had a Henderson?
Yeah.
Oh well.
It's fun. Henderson is politically quite capable and astute in terms of running these things. Pun intended.
I was going to.
Sadu, what do you think a modern 16-inch armed ship would look like, and how do you think it would perform? And what can you do with 16-inch guns nowadays? Shore bombardment, and probably a few other things, but it depends how you fit up the 16-inch gun. If you manage to make a 16-inch railgun, that's going to be a long-range hitting system. And that's going to be very interesting in terms of capabilities. But if you're talking about if you're putting a 16-inch guns on a ship, you are literally giving it a system for shore bombardment and for dealing with land targets in a potentially cost-effective manner in a scenario where you think you're going to be dealing with a lot of very heavy enemy air defense. Because it's one of the interesting things I've had conversation with people is actually laser-based missiles, laser-based air defense systems actually mean you're more likely to bring back shells. Because shells are always going to be cheaper than missiles. And you can harden a shell so that the laser shouldn't cause it as much trouble. It's not going to have the same control surfaces as a missile that can be maybe damaged by the heat of a laser. And so, theoretically, you can start firing these and blast your way through. It's an interesting perspective, but it's basically, I think it's almost going back to the same idea they make, curious enough, considering the earlier questions, use of in Halo with a Supermax. Sometimes dumb and fast is an actual useful thing, because despite it being dumb, it's cheap enough you can fire enough of them that you don't care about what misses. You only care that the target is likely destroyed.
Is that oh no, you missed 15 out of the 16 very high velocity slugs of solid steel I fired at you. Good thing the 16th hit you.
Yeah.
And that was a very nice large section of your ship you had before.
It's more a case of, that's a very nice secure bunker you had.
Yeah, that too.
Or, that was a very nice missile system you had over there.
An advanced radar system for targeting your, or communication system for targeting your hypersonics. With. Yes, there's now so much use.
Yeah. And basically,
I'm trying to think how much kinetic energy a 16-inch railgun slug has. It's a lot.
And imagine if it was being fired by a railgun system, so it was accelerating to max, goodness knows what. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of
that's
fuel.
That's a lot of energy coming away. A VLS cell that got hit by a 16-inch shell. Well, A, it'll be more than one cell hit, and B, well, it all depends on how the contents reacts to becoming a crumple zone. What would the effect of the Type 45 having been built if the Type 43, the double-ended C-Dart one, had been built to replace the Falklands losses, and then the rest of the Type 42 and then the rest of the Type 42 batch ones? They'd have had to be bigger. If you're replacing the Type 43s, and they would have been bigger, they've got double-ended C-Dart, you would have to build the Type 45s even bigger. They would have to carry more VLS, more missiles than they were historically planned.
Tertiary gym.
No, they'd actually have to be built with them. They probably still get them. You must remember, they got the secondary gym because they didn't want to. They fitted them for, but not with the strike length VLS Mark 41 VLS cells. They still fit them with the Aster. Realistically, they should have done a 64 cell for the. So, in fact, honestly, if I had my way, the Type 45s, as I said before, would have had 2 sets of 64 VLS cells for the Aster A50 for the surface-to-air sort of missiles, and then would have had 2 sets of 32 Mark 41 VLS for the strike length cells. So they'd have had 192 cells. I'd still call them destroyers. It's just they'd have been, in Britain's case, they'd have been something which everyone would go, yes, the British destroyers turned up. Okay, so we now have enough air defence, don't we here? Yes, we do. We have enough air defence.
And it has booze on board.
Yes.
The US Navy suddenly just falls in absolute love with them.
Mm-hmm. Snapshot cruise. I bet even Type 33 won't have it. I doubt it as well, but a guy can dream. Hey, look, the latest, the final variants of my design included 64 cells for Sea Scepter as well, in 4 sets of 16, plus 4 Otto Breda 76mm guns, a 5-inch gun, and 4 Phalanx, and I think it had space for up to 24 naval strike missiles.
I will accept this as an opening bid.
It was basically designed as the final design was, how do I put this politely, designed to be enough firepower that when it turned up, it had a significant effect on the firepower quotient of an Allied formation. And it did. It did. It could carry 280 missiles. Basically turns up and it goes, "Hello, I am here." And my plan was the Royal Navy would, if the Royal Navy had that many, that would have been enough to. If the Royal Navy had built 12 of those, then currently the Royal Navy would be sitting there going, so where should we put one of these ships in the world? Take care, Blistine. 96 everyone. If the British Navy develop an Aegis equivalent, why wouldn't the Batch 2 and Batch 1 Type 45 Sheffield and Batch 2 and Boxer and Batch 1 Broadside subclass be fitted with it? The destroyers probably would. I doubt the broadswords would be, because they're frigates and ASW frigates. And in the nicest way, they're not going to devote the amount of the hull necessary to have the processing power required to operate an Aegis system. I've been over this before, but ships, modern warships, are basically a huge server farm floating in basically some formation with each other, with power, weapons, and a hull tacked on. And that server farm can either, if you want to have the server farm, which is big enough to do ASW and air defense, that's going to grow to a size you're going to be calling your ship a cruiser, not a frigate. Frigate is ASW server farm, and it's anti-submarine warfare server farm, designed and focused around listening its sonar and listening to its various sensors. Destroyer is air defense server farm, which is focused around listening to its radars and those various other sensors. So, yeah, a massive amount of computing power.
I'm now watching the video of you explaining that with all the hand gestures on mute on my TV.
Yay!
And being entertained by it.
676 3100. Hello. When the USN was looking at the requirements for the Forrestal class and invite the British and French into the program, what are the odds of accepting? And if so, how many ships would the British and French order? If they did invite the British and French into the program, and for some reason they got involved, then it could be politically so important that they do get involved, that they do it. In which case, the British probably get 2 to 3, and the French probably gets 1 to 2. But that actually is one of the interesting things. I did actually do that as an alternate history once, as a discussion with some students, as the Forrestal program is turned into a joint program for some reason. The other thing that happened was a massive drop in crew number, because the British and French basically go, no, we're not doing that level of crewing. So so basically they're talking it through, and the British and French even then were running a far reduced crew versus the American counterparts with less crew intensive systems. So yeah, they'd work it over. Castaneda is coming up. How would Thornycroft react to being asked to build a little combat ship? Lord help them. Lord help everyone. They actually would achieve the speed requirements, but it would be interesting.
And they'd remember the zinc anodes.
Yes. IO, how the main trouble the Americans would have is those ships would then be looking at them going, so the ship works, it's the systems which don't work, so we can't blame the ship for the systems muck up because we haven't done coordination between the companies well enough. Or with an iron enough fist. Io, how would you build a fleet in a Terran Victor scenario? XCOM, Rit Solar System Large. Dragon? Foxo? This one's over to you to begin.
Terran Victor isn't one I've actually played, but basically it's, like they said, sort of an XCOM style thing of aliens are invading, but now also humanity is trying to defend the solar system, not just Earth.
However, it is.
The game was only released in January. I haven't yet played it. But I'm gonna have to have a look at it. I think it does seem a pretty cool game. Apparently, it's similar to Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. Now that was a fun game. Although, how many people have watched my stream from earlier today on Twitch, where I was building a kingdom of dwarves under a mountain?
Yes, it was rather amusing to watch.
It's a free demo at the moment. I don't know how much the game is going to be when it comes out, but I can tell you the demo is a lot of fun. It's a very cool little game to play, and it's free. I highly recommend it as something free, if you're looking for something. And I'll tell you this: it runs on my old laptop. Which I take everywhere down. I managed to download it onto that on literally Travelodge Wi-Fi and run it on the old laptop when I was bored in London late at night. It worked fine, and that's the thing. It can run on a turnip.
Is it made by the same people who made Timberborn? Or? It looked very similar.
It does. You see, the thing is, I've been playing recently. I've been playing Timberborn, but I've got the mouse one now. I'm learning how to play that before I start playing, because that's different enough that I'm learning to play that. If that makes sense.
Beavers, then mice, then now dwarves.
Whiskeywood, and I've got the dwarves one as well. And
the factory must grow.
What can I say about them? It's made by Tag of Joy, who they seem to make adventure games, and they've made things like Crown and Pawns, etc. But it's got some really cool ideas coming up, and they've given you a bit of ideas of what their future they're managing to develop it, etc. as, and it's going to have lift shafts and all sorts of things, and you're going to build a full underground economy system, connect with other systems, wage war. It's just all underground. It's going to be really, really quite cool.
The factory must grow.
Yes, you would have fun with it, Runon. You would have fun.
Underground, overground, wombling free. The Wombles of Wimbledon, common are we.
No one's done that. No one has yet done a Wombles computer game, as far as I know.
The factory must grow.
It is an alternate history and naval history questions Bruships next week. But Terra Invicta, for Terra Invicta scenario, I'd be concentrating two things. I'd want ships which could hold a position and ships which could react rapidly to incursions. So I'd want basically a reaction fleet, and I'd want a defense fleet. Defense fleet that I could put in positions to hold them. So if I absolutely must hold a position, I want to be able to hold it for as long as I can. And a reaction fleet, which are going to react rapidly to scenarios, and I can go and bash things on the head. So they think they come in, they A, find it held up longer than they expect by the defense fleet, and B, then there's a reaction fleet is turning up. And the reaction fleet is going to have for both scenarios, you want to have as longer range weapons as you can, because you want to start attriting the enemy before they can get close.
Unfortunately, the aliens do have better technology than you, so...
That's the case. In the nicest way, then I'm using minefields and everything else. I'm making their life difficult. They're going to have better technology. I'm going to presume they're going to have, starting from a point, they're going to have better technology than me. But then I'm going to use the advantage that I have a solar system, and I have the resources of a solar system behind me. And
actually, I don't think you have the full solar system.
No, you don't start with
you just
the solar
have Earth.
I will have the full solar system by the time I'm dealing with them.
Also, Earth isn't united in this. Earth will actively try and stop you doing so, and the nations of Earth, despite being under alien invasion,
still squabble.
Still fight between each other.
Am I allowed to just take them over using the fact that I have the high ground?
I think you can invade them, but that can get others which then just go, no, then we're cutting your funding.
Because it's set in the near future where the EU's a European superstate.
Okay, that's the first one I'm taking out.
And you take over a superstate as basically XCOM. They have to get and unify all the other superstates and fight an alien invasion that are already in the solar system.
Okay.
With realistic orbital mechanics, so you can make gravitational railguns.
Oh.
Are they arriving from a?
Oh.
Are they arriving
it's
from a whale,
this
or will I need to kind of have a floating response?
Your solar system's three-dimensional, and they can choose where they come in from.
So they can come in from any point around the solar system.
Brilliant. I think so. Yeah.
Yes, in a sphere around it, but they can't come in too close to the gravity well.
Lagrange.
Has this got the same level of orbital mechanics as Universe Sandbox?
Oh.
Not quite that far.
Because that's scary.
Can I? Okay, in that case, I am mostly planting a minefield in the various asteroid belts. And I'm basically taking a leaf out of Sheridan's book from Babylon 5.
Do we have a faster than light comms network here?
No.
No. I'm firing asteroids at people. I'm going to the Centauri tactics. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Look, because you're in sort of really early commercial spaceflight era.
Oh, okay.
So you don't really have The materials to chuck sizable asteroids at
Can I
things.
colonize and take over Mars and use that as my resource base and ignore Earth?
If you can delay them long enough and protect Mars, yes. Big if.
I'm bombarding Mars first, Alex.
I have a way of doing that. Earth's that way. Ignore me. Go that way. The idiots are there.
I'm bombarding Mars first.
Why?
We've got no atmosphere to stop the asteroids.
Reading between the lines, losing Earth is a fail condition.
Yes.
Oh, that's annoying. Does that only matter if I lose the whole of Earth? Can I just lose the EU?
Or just a hemisphere or two.
Can I let them land in Australia? Because let's be honest, Australia will defeat them without the humans being involved.
They work by subverting governments and then starting another world war and getting humanity to wipe itself out.
That's not exactly that difficult, but still, there's Australia.
Yeah, I think the moon's important in this scenario.
Yeah, the moon is, as it is against asteroids, your greatest defense. Because you've got a moon base.
If I've got a moon base, okay, that's fine. I'm just still sending in the direction of Australia. Karen, if Churchill had never been Chancellor or had his second stint as First Lord, do you think the Royal Navy in Singapore would have been in a better or worse condition for World War II? Any Chancellor, anyone who gets this Chancellor at that point is going to be pursuing cuts. But they're not going to, in a nice way. Churchill used his knowledge as naval, his supposed knowledge and expertise as having been First Lord of the Admiralty, to justify taking a harder course on a navy than was sensible. So there's that. And when it comes to Singapore, basically his second stint as First Lord of the Admiralty doesn't really have any effect on Singapore. It's his time as Chancellor, so yeah, that might have seen slightly more funding. There would still been cuts, but there might have been slightly more funding made to those things. And basically, the defence you need to put a line of defence around Singapore, in terms of to make sure that people couldn't land on the island. So you need to put in some pillboxes and things like that and build them up, and probably needed to put a defensive line somewhere on the Malayan Peninsula to stop people being able to come down to Singapore over land. Night Zero, so if I understand correctly, the British wouldn't equip the Type 23, Type 26, Type 31 and Type 32 with an Aegis-like system. No, those are anti-submarine warfare ships, or frigates. They're not designed for that level of air defense computing.
Because you got to remember, an Aegis, even installed on ship thrower correctly, was very expensive.
Yes.
Per unit capability.
It still is.
It would be like the equivalent of painting every Ford C-Max, gold plating it. It's like, don't really need it for the C-Max.
Basically, if you put
what an obscure auto reference.
Let's put it this way.
I'm impressed.
It is a good one. If you were, let's put it this way. If you consider the Samson system and the various systems the British have for the Samson Silver developed for the European sort of frigate project, the Horizon frigate project, and then eventually deployed in Type 45 and Horizon frigates and all these things. If you added that system, or its American of course is the Aegis system, onto a ship which already has the ASW system, you are making a cruiser. There is no one going to debate it, because by the time you finish the size, consider the size of the Type 45, and then you're adding again basically about a third of the power generation from a Type 26 and about a third of the size from a Type 26 onto it. Just to give you the space to do it, you are talking about something which is going to be somewhere in the region of 10 to 12,000 tons. And yes, this is the reason why the Canadian River class are destroyers rather than a frigate. Loudwood, how do you prepare for transition to the level of production required to meet the rate at which your missile ammunition is used, and how do you actually get the ammunition where it's needed? Well, that's going to be problematic. That's difficult. Basically, you need to make sure you have the production lines and personnel required for it, and you make sure you have to have the levels all the way down. And you need to make sure you have slack built into the system, so you have some spare components at every level in case of delays in production, so you can keep up a constant production on the output end. You're looking at efficiency of output rather than efficiency of production. Efficiency of output means you guarantee your production quotas. And that might mean sometimes you have more of the components in the run at points in the supply chain than you necessarily need. But it's to guarantee that you've got that production going through. I was thinking about doing a short about this the other day, and I'm probably going to record this at some point this week, in terms of the differences in efficiency, because efficiency these days is often equated to efficiency of cost rather than efficiency of output. Efficiency of output is, can I always guarantee to have this capability? Can I always guarantee have these missiles? That's a different thing from efficiency of cost. Cost efficiency is basically at what point am I getting the best value for money? And usually that means is what am I getting the most equipment for the minimum cost? That's the sort of ratio I'm looking at. Whereas when you're looking at cost efficiency, you're looking at output efficiency in terms of am I getting guaranteed amounts of missiles that I'll be using in warfighting operations. This might be more than I need in peacetime, but it's what I need and what would need in wartime, and so I can build up a stockpile of them. That's probably going to cost me more than the other scenario would. So it's going to be less cost efficient, and I'm going to have missiles sitting in storage, and I'm going to have more slack in the system. And that's going to look from a cost efficiency perspective. I'm going to have a lot of stuff which is sitting around not being used, which looks bad from a cost efficiency perspective. It's great from an operational efficiency perspective. It's terrible from a cost efficiency perspective. And then how do you deploy it? Well, you have Royal Fleet auxiliaries or similar vessels which carry missiles in their stockpiles and aboard them, and they can be used to resupply them put them ashore in harbour and reload in harbour. You can forward base them at certain places like Diego Garcia, etc. Or Singapore or Bahrain if you're Britain, or Falkland Islands. You could have stockpiles there and also have the cranes to load them in, and then that's what you do to set up the distribution network. It's the fun thing you have in history and in Tarleton government. It's amazing. You always have to be careful what you start assessing for. When the metric you're assessing things over is always the price tag, then that becomes the metric which everything is governed by. And that's one of the problems we have. I've talked about recently in terms of defence and strategic thinking. Our obsessions are threats and costs. And I would say you need to also, as well as threats, you need to be looking at risks. And as well as costs, you need to be looking at capability.
Well, and you also need to be thinking about investment. The other issue you can get is, because we have a lot of this in the health service. I was actually talking about it at some length yesterday with somebody, and one of the problems you have is that you create a system which uses money or finance as a kind of a metric, one of your main metrics for output, and then you kind of work in various tweaks and incentivizations or whatever to try to make that work. But fundamentally, you're having to add so many fudge factors that eventually they just all add up or become unbalanced, or something else changes, and it's just a complete mess.
Yeah.
and certainly that's what I think's been happening quite a lot with the NHS, and it's how it affects different services and things. And I could see this, and you get the same thing, because the problem with the health service is that you need to have that availability capability. Just checking that's the word I mean, or the phrasing I mean, because it sounds a little bit odd in the mouth. You need to have an availability capability, and you need to have effectiveness and availability as well as efficiency. And one of the big issues we have in the NHS is we are often running at kind of going into emergency conditions.
Yeah.
Too often, which then has a big impact. It's now called Opal, which is something like operating above level or something.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, I tend to just refer to it as things like brown trouser alerts and things.
Yeah,
they're not still trying to run you on a just-in-time logistics system, are they?
Yes.
Oh, God's sake.
I can guarantee, in a nice way, it's the same with defence. They keep trying to run it on just-in-time logistics, and you sit there and go,
no.
There are organisations which I do not want to run on a just-in-time logistics, and of course, someone's quite pointed out as Castell. Sometimes, issued store missiles that they can age out before they're used at peacetime consumption rates. Potentially, yes. You can always use them for live fire exercises. You can also always recondition them if you have that, as I said, as a program, and that's what I would do. That would be part of my stock management, would be having a reconditioning program. You can also sell them to allies. You can, there are lots of scenarios going on in the world where they are being used up, and yeah, basically, it's a case of it should not be a scenario that one destroyer can fire off. I think it was the destroyer which was dealing with the Houthis attacks in Red Sea, managed to fire something like 2 months' worth of production of Sea Vipers in like one night. I think at one point that's what it was. It clocked up, and that's just not a viable scenario.
The thing which I'd say about just in case and just in time logistics and things is it works at some levels. So, for instance, in a hospital, I might centralize the stores of certain types of things and then distribute those to the using places, the wards or operating theatres or whatever, on a just-in-time basis.
Yes.
But that's holding the stock at the forward level, not have it holding the stock at the manufacturer who is somewhere in, I don't know, China or India or somewhere else, and I can order more and they'll arrive in X number of months, provided nobody else gazumps my bid and things like that.
The fun one I have is something which is apparently manufactured in Plymouth, can only get to Truro. It's supposed to be on just-in-time logistics, but they have to order it with 2 weeks' notice to arrange for the lorries, because so few of the NHS's lorries go in the direction from Plymouth to Truro that they actually have to be scheduled.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you sit there and go, because they're all going in the other direction. And you sit there and go, why do you have this as just-in-time logistics? And basically, it's de facto what Truro does instead is, because they know it's 2 weeks, they just always schedule a lorry load for every 2 weeks. And then they work it out. And there's probably a store somewhere sitting in Royal Cornwall where they're used.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. Basically, just-in-time work where you have a regular supply of something, let's say pens, paper, that sort of thing. But when you're talking about emergency operating room stuff, you don't know when you're going to have an emergency requirement.
Just-in-time logistics works when you can predict the logistical need.
Yeah.
With militaries, you'll have years and years of da-da-da-da-da, and then suddenly you have dum in terms of use, and then... And this is why you actually need to be producing slightly more than you're using, and stockpiling it, and maintaining that stockpile, and growing that stockpile. So basically, you always need to be producing, not necessarily war footing, but on a level which is producing... Let's say you are going to work it out, well, on average, we'll be using 2 missiles a month. In terms of air defense missiles, when actually we won't probably be using any most months, because we won't do a live fire exercise that often. But we're planking on basically using 24 a year. The thing is, though, a full loadout for a ship is, let's say, for a Type 45 is 48. You should probably be maintaining a system where you have stockpiled at least 3 full loadouts for every ship you have. Plus the ones in use. So that works out as 4. So basically, for every ship, you need to have roughly 200 missiles. So you should have a stockpile of 1,200 Aster missiles. Don't look up how many the British actually have. And even then, what you have to remember is then, it's likely to be every operation, they're going to use up those missiles. So the thing is, that could be 4 operations, which could be, let's say, 4 weeks of war. Theoretically, in NATO areas, that could be less than 4 weeks. You could have used up all your missiles. And so you need to actually almost maintain the production capability to build a lot more than you're building. So you didn't have to work out at what point have I got enough throughput to stockpile the system, do some live fire testing, maybe increase my live fire testing if I'm buying from a stockpile, and also therefore maintain capacity to zoom up to more. Should I need to in wartime? So I need basically 3 production lines, of which 1 will be active at any one point, and the other 2 will be mothballed. And I need that production line to be capable of producing, let's say, 48 a month each, right? Or let's go for 100 a month. So we can produce, therefore, from 3 production lines, we can produce 6 full loads a month. It's not great, but it's still better than nothing.
Are you basing your reserve on the number of gun barrels historically the Royal Navy has had in stock?
No, I'm basing my reserve on the number of VLS tubes we have. It's still not enough, but it's what we have. What we used to have in reserve in stock, in nicest way, it's a joke, because it used to be, and for every pretty much active, for every barrel in use on a ship, especially if they're a destroyer, they would usually carry X number of spare barrels as part of their war load, so they could replace their own barrels. Cruisers, capital ships, etc., the barrels are getting a bit big and a bit expensive for them to be doing that, but they would still be stored nearby. You would have a full loadout set of new barrels on the ship, on the destroyer. You would have another full set of barrels sitting in some of the each of the docks for destroyers for these guns, and then you'd have more being reconditioned and some more being transported around. So basically, it worked out that for every barrel you had in use, you had about 5 barrels. So let's say you have 8 the tribal class destroyer. For every one of those ships, you actually have 40 barrels for their guns. Think about it, they have 8, but you'd have roughly 40 in the stockpile and various systems going around.
Yeah, but that's because how long does it take to send a tribal class to the Med from the home fleet, have it be in action, then there's a high-risk convoy, so it goes back from the Med to Plymouth, via Gibraltar to Plymouth, picks up a convoy, takes the convoy to North America, then gets pulled round to the Indian Ocean for some reason. You need to have the spares wherever they might end up getting pulled, and your logistics ships won't be able to keep up with that.
Yeah, and it's the same with a missile store. In nicest way, if I was being honest, I would want to have another couple of... I would want to have 120 odd missiles stored down in, 150-ish probably missiles actually stored down in the Falklands. I'd want to have more stores forward. I want to have you want to have a lot. And as people are talking about, the Britain doesn't have its own Aster line of production and doesn't have those things. And it's fun. And basically, how do you maintain the staff quality? You rotate them through the active production line. So basically, you overcrew the active production line. That's how you do it. You overcrew the active production. Basically, that's the cost of doing business, maintaining more people than you actually need.
But then you also pull those people periodically for training and doing other things, so that they get experience of running at the actual kind of warlord staff.
Yeah.
Level. So kind of, and you do it slightly at random. So it's like, hello, it's Wednesday. Yes, you thought you were turning up for a normal day at work. Actually, we're taking you off on decide if it's team building exercise, mandatory training, or something else. But the point is, half the people who turn up for work are not going to be on the shop floor that day. And the other half will be expected to be as productive.
I'd have a slightly different viewpoint on that, Dan. I'd have a multiple production line, so you're not always necessarily. So you're basically building capability of people being able to do multiple jobs.
Oh, I'd probably be doing that, all of those sorts of things as well. It's just I would kind of pull. I would have a because it's a question of trying to keep people. Basically, I'm thinking about all the stuff that I would do in an ideal world in the NHS, and which I can't do because of reality.
Also, for those talking in the chat about Aster, but basically, Aster 45 was an early discussion, and that's basically is what's turned into Aquila. And so Aster is basically the air defense of the surface-to-air missiles, and the Aquila is the hypersonic defense / able to go exo-atmospheric and deal satellites. Basically, consider Aster the equivalent of most of SM6 sort of system, and Aquila the equivalent of the SM3. Okay? If you're going with your American comparisons. Broadly speaking, that's very much me making a broad comparison, but that's broadly what you're talking about.
Oh, in terms of the stockpile down in the Falklands, of missiles, exactly how sneaky would it be to have them in a setup where the warehouse somehow resembled a VLS system?
No, you would. If I was in charge, I'd also have. Aster can also be a land launch system, and so I would have a VLS setup with that. So that was also part of their things.
Just checking. Just checking. I wasn't the only person thinking along those sorts of lines.
It's fun. Seneca, what would happen if the city class ships for the UK turn into a county class by names, and suddenly there appear as many of them as there are county names in the UK? What an UK reaction? Well, probably the UK government is starting to react by panicking and working out which ones they can sell off, and the rest of the world is now worried about the size of the Royal Navy. But the Royal Navy no longer has a shortage of ships, just has a shortage of crews.
I was going to say, the Royal Navy can assign about 2 people per ship to try and stop them from springing too many leaks and sinking embarrassingly.
The big problem you've had, and I think this has been something for many, many years, Britain's been suffering from, is our recruitment standards. And this is always something which gets you in trouble. But I do sometimes wonder, there is a good reason to have high recruitment standards, but some of the things, because the amount of people I know who have been rejected for having had childhood asthma, or there's Drax also a case with his eyesight.
The childhood asthma thing is a problem because so many people. It's like penicillin analogy. No, what happened was you had a virus that made you a bit wheezy, and your GP prescribed you a blue inhaler.
Yeah, it's
Subbutyl
the
inhaler.
actual
You have
discussion.
never had asthma. You have never met the criteria for asthma, but it was accidentally logged on the system.
At one point when I was having discussions, and I did get to go for to see a bit of the cabinet assignment stuff, they literally asked me, "Oh, have you ever had an inhaler, push inhaler?" I went, "No. When I was younger, I had whooping cough, and I had one of the shake inhalers, but not a push one." "Oh, then you're fine." But if I had a push one, I would have not been able to go through. Was the actual discussion? Is there anything I go? Because my GP went, "You don't need a push one, have a shake one." That I'm fine. If they'd gone, well, both your mother and sister have asthma. You have your grandfather has emphysema. Your great aunt had a history of lung cancer. That's the reason, by the way. If anyone wants to know why I don't smoke and never have smoked, my GP when I was younger was a wonderful lady who's now actually sadly no longer with us, but Dr. Cunningham. No relation as far as I know to a certain naval admiral. Literally sat me down and had a conversation with. For other people, smoking is a high risk activity. Considering your family's history and genetics, smoking for you is suicide. Just don't do it. Just don't start. And that's the way. Look, you've got your great aunt, you've got your granddad, and this is just within immediate, very close family. Once you start going further, you've got even more of this. Just no. And I went, okay, fine.
Well,
yes, that I know. PDP-11 Processor 42 might be actually be putting this in as a joke, but actually, yes, there have been people who have been rejected because they've got they've got too many rashes, they've got too many sensitive skin, and they decided they've got sensitive skin for some reason, and then there's the people who. Can you do the crouch and waddle test and all those things? And you sit there and go, okay, yeah. I would say, yeah, it's fun.
To be fair with the rashes, as somebody who gets quite nasty, dry, cracked skin when it gets too cold and wet and things, it actually might impede my ability to do some of the stuff if it got bad. Oh, it also gets worse with stress.
And I can understand all this, but I would also point out you'd be on a ship, usually with a doctor and something aboard, and drugs.
I was trying to join the army at the time.
Yeah, the army, I can understand. This is what I think one of the problems is they've sort of tried to standardise recruitment standards across the free services. And you sit there and go, some things which should really do necessarily rule you out for the army. I'm looking at the Navy and thinking, why are they ruling you out for that?
Yeah.
Paid to be a president, not a joke. Qualified for Royal Australian Air Force, then failed medical. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And, I look at some of these things and they go, we've got a shortage. And so I go, you don't have a shortage in applicants. You have a shortage in applicants getting through recruitment.
Yeah, they have a lot of issues with that because they've outsourced it badly. It's another poorly worded contract.
It's an incredibly poorly worded contract to Canada.
The problem is, I would like to point out, the problem is capita. They are. I don't know why they got hold of our pension scheme because they've made. I don't know what they're doing with it.
They're basically one of these companies which exist to outsource from government, so the government can claim they don't employ the people who are doing it. And they literally, I don't understand how they've got all these contracts and all these things because they really aren't good at anything. It seems that they do.
No, everything they touch turns to.
And I think it's probably because they just they're just basically trying to be the generic company for government that does the government functions, and because they're trying to do so much, they can't do anything well. They can't focus at all. If they just focus in, they just said, right, we just do recruitment for government agencies. That would be one thing. But they try and do everything. They're basically a government outsourcing corporation.
For government money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a fan. What was? I had a thought.
Yeah.
Oh.
It will be such a good luck, but it will be the wrong part.
Sorry, it was an unrelated thought. But if we're running low on questions, I have something to use as a filler.
I think Steve took in 60 questions.
We're not running low on questions, Dan. We currently have 12 in stock.
12 left.
Yeah.
But when we get to the end of these, we'll take your question and then we'll open up because we're getting through questions quite quickly this evening.
We're not doing too bad.
Would it be practical to install a missile into a 40-foot container stacked high on ships, remove roof, and then fire off a layer, dump empty containers overboard, and launch the next layer? How many wood missiles? Look, I've been over this and discussed it before. Theoretically, you could, but the weights and things would mitigate against it. There's a reason why the Chinese, this is a converted container ship, had so few containers on it that it would stick out like a sore thumb as a container ship, because of the weights. It is the weights, and when you're stacking containers. One of the fun things about people don't realize about modern container ships is the reason they can carry so many TUs, they can carry so many of the containers, is they have very good computer systems which basically manage where the containers are going to go. And one of the tricks that's often used nowadays for figuring out when a container is not carrying what it's supposed to be is the weights don't match to what it's supposed to be, if it's carrying what it's supposed to be. It'll either be too light or too heavy. This causes a lot of fun if you're trying to smuggle stuff. And I remember there was once, who is it, that guy? The Blacklist, I think it's called. What was his character?
We talking about Raymond Reddington?
Raymond Reddington, yes. Reddington gives a whole different speech about how the difficulty of running this sort of stuff through the international system is because of the realities of the weighing of these container ships. And cases?
Yes, I just came to see how much Raleigh had eaten.
Quite a lot. And he's very accurate in getting through it. So the modern system, the reason why you've got drug smugglers investing so much in those narco boats, etc., and all those things, is because the container system, which they'd originally been able to take charge of, now it's got quite so automated, and the weights are quite so important, especially in the sheer volume you're carrying on a ship. Even one container being slightly off in its weights does interesting things, and the computer system's going, there's something wrong here. Because you're balancing and calibrating just that carefully to keep the ships running fine. It's a fun system to get into.
Yeah, it's when you're going through the self-checkout and it's kind of checking the weights of things, and you're like, this thing weighs basically nothing. I mean, I picked up.
So at the shot, you can ask multiple questions just to answer that one. It's just you have to wait for them to get through the process of the system, because there's a sort of timing limit to stop one person asking a whole stream of questions in a row. So there's a bit of a timeout between you answer one question. How long do you have to wait for?
60 seconds.
60 seconds. So
90 seconds.
90 seconds. 90 seconds. So basically, you can put in a question every 90 seconds when it's open. Carry on, Dan. Sorry to interrupt, but I needed to answer that question as soon as I saw it.
Yeah, no, it was the little tabs that you can stick in books so that you can find your page without messing them up and things. So I was buying kind of a little thingy of those, and it's like, because they were on special offer in the little middle aisle, and it's like, how is it going to recognise the weight of this compared with like when I've just put down like 2 big 4 pints of milk cartons, and goodness knows what else.
Well,
How is it going to recognise the weight of this?
The fun thing is always the weight of the bag.
Yeah, I don't bother I don't bother trying to get it to weigh the bag. It always goes wrong if I try and do that. I mean, the machines hate me generally, but
Okay, for Dragon and Foxo from Knight. So Dragon, Foxo, prepare. Thoughts on designs of the Northern Parliament ships announced for the new event Springtide in online last Friday.
I actually need to get around to playing that event. As I recall, they actually look pretty decent. They're not overwhelming in a certain direction like certain other designs have been.
Mm-hmm.
Because that has been a problem with AL lately, of going perhaps a little bit too far one way, though. Dang it. Alright, my question with Bogatyr is, Bogatyr looks like they're a ship from the future. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going off the pre-World War One Bogatyr.
Do you mean Boadicea?
Is it Bogatyr?
Are we talking about the name for the female queen?
Bogatyr.
No.
Bogota.
Bogota. Oh yeah, okay. Because you were saying
That's
Bogatyr, and I was going, is it Boadicea? What is this?
This sounds like it's a cross between somewhere in Colombia and Russia.
Yet it's for the Northern Parliament, so I was expecting that to be...
I unironically do just adore Moscow's design. Back to what I think they should be, which is actually a pretty regal-looking character.
Yeah. I'm glad. The
Then
Russians,
you've got
the Russians need something going for it. It might as well at least be a ship girl force rather than if their real force isn't going to be getting that much funding. I've got that video coming up at some point of what the modern Russian Navy, and talking about the destroyer program, and the reality is they're getting a frigate program. They keep calling about destroyers and they keep building frigates. Rumsim, how many Type 83s do you think the UK will get, and why? I'm hoping they get more than 6. I would like to get base 9 to 12. I am fearful they will get less than 6. The reason I want more 6 or more is because we need more hulls and we need the capabilities, and frankly we keep talking about being on a war footing and then cutting our spending. And I was... Give you an example. There was a furor recently in the UK papers before Iran happened, which was so lucky for people because it stopped it carrying on. And that furor was over 23 helicopters for the new medium helicopter program to replace the Puma. 23 helicopters. That is what we're talking about. 23. And this has caused a massive ongoing debate and a major argument, even not just within government, but external to government. 23 helicopters. I kid you not. 23. It's absurd. It is absurd, the sheer amount of arguments that happened over that. And yeah, of course they won at night. There's no other people who are building in the UK at the moment. It was going to go to the British production facility, it was going to go with the option they were offering, and it was going to preserve British jobs. And I was looking to find, thinking, 23 helicopters, and we're replacing like double that number with 23. And we're on a war footing.
Yes, but these helicopters are twice as capable.
Yeah, they can still only be in one space at a time, lifting one load at a time.
And will still be shot down one at a time by one lucky surface-to-air missile at a time.
Yeah. It's just an absurd scenario. It is, really is. It's an absurd scenario. By the way, new Hawaiian shirt. It's a bit small, but it only cost me £1. And my theory is I'm trying to lose weight anyway, so it'll be fine. And its main trouble actually isn't getting around the stomach; it's getting around the chest. But Ugh.
Mine is getting around my keister.
It's okay. I use the Hawaiian shirts for Bruships because I like to give it a little bit of gravitas. And we haven't even got on to the difficult helicopter bits of what we're going to do after the Chinooks have to retire, and what we're going to do when the Merlins have to retire. Or we're going to replace the Merlins with. And Lord help us when it comes to the Lynx or the Apache debates.
I thought we didn't have any Lynx left. I thought we only had Wildcat.
Technically, technically the Wildcat is the Lynx Wildcat or the Super Lynx.
Yep, Super Lynx.
Basically, how do we replace the Lynx? We did the same thing with the Lynx as we did as the Americans did with the Hornet. We're just buying the improved Lynx. Please do not realize how different it is than the previous one.
So, does the US Navy need to do that with the Burke?
At a certain point, potentially they do, but you never know. They might manage to get the battleship cruiser through.
Well, this
Yes,
is the
and
Super
then the ship that will be bigger than that, still, will be the Super Burke.
Yeah. Just because Sadu said it and brought it up, look, drones are going to be part of the future battlefield. Yes, they are. Uncrewed assets are going to be. But the thing is, what people don't realise is that they are going to be part of providing the wider mass to your structure. They're not going to replace everything. And one of the things I don't think they're going to replace is I doubt they're going to replace mass troop transports. I could see for insertion of special forces and those things that they might use a drone or uncrewed asset to, because it's a sort of scenario where, frankly, stealth might override other concerns. But normally, if you're sending a whole load of troops into combat, there's a morale factor to them being flown by a pilot who's actually sitting in the aircraft.
It's also harder to hack a pilot sitting in the cockpit than it is a remote organised system.
Yeah.
You can hardly do so much, but it's much harder to get in between those.
And people keep forgetting, this is the interesting thing is I've had this discussion about the British plan for the Sea Bastion, and I keep asking the question of, so what happens if we need to coordinate these assets in a wartime scenario with that kind of signal load over the satellite network? Because in peacetime, you only need to send sporadic updates and receive sporadic data from the ships, from the vessels. But in wartime scenario, you have to start coordinating more of them, don't you? And talking more, and the volume of communications goes up.
That's going to be a solid...
And the thing is, the satellites required for that haven't been launched yet. They haven't even been ordered yet.
Government procurement.
Oh, it's the thing people forget. They go, oh, we want drones. Yes, but before you can use the drones, do you have satellites? Castanea, how would Thornycroft react to being asked to build the LCS? Thornycroft would get you an LCS and probably would have got one which worked, but the Thornycroft LCS would probably be slightly larger than you were ordering it to be, would be as fast as it required to be, and would probably be faster than it was required to be, and possibly Thornycroft would have looked at you and gone, no, we're not getting rid of anodes, and we're not getting rid of the... Because Thornycroft... How do I put this? To be honest, the Royal Navy sort of considered Thornycroft like the French considered all their yards. Thornycroft would follow your ideas and your designs. They would deliver, broadly speaking, what you asked for. But it would be very much a Thornycroft vessel. But the Royal Navy was prepared to accept that, because Thornycroft delivered quality.
You would send them design plans, and they would go to be constructed exactly and to the letter, and they would go, interesting suggestions.
No, they would take it as their guidelines. They would just feel free to expand upon those guidelines. Context and nuance.
And generally more speed.
Yes.
More zoom. Yes, we looked at your LCS design, and this is what we've come up with. Why has it got a giant spoiler attached to it?
Yeah.
Well, if we don't have that, the calculations show it will take off. and you apparently weren't ordering a ground effect vehicle.
Yes. PDP processor. The thing is, there's lots of people who come up with the idea of, treating drones like they're flocks of birds and those things, and they coordinate between members to reduce data. The trouble is, you need to have a human involved in the fire control process and assessing information streams, etc., and data streams. And you don't trust these things to be completely independent, because otherwise you could find yourself fighting a war if something goes wrong on them. And you also want to be monitoring them just in case someone else is trying to hack into them and take control of them. And in one case, I'm fairly sure some of the uncrewed assets, the US Navy is certainly fine, keep being picked up by fishing trawlers. And that's a problem.
Any particular nation's fishing trawlers?
There is one particular nation's fishing trawlers which keep picking them up and trawling them by mistake.
Is it the Japanese getting their revenge?
No.
Is it surprisingly close to there?
Yes.
I feel like that's not surprising, though.
No, they have the world's largest fishing fleet at the moment. Carmen Gasberg, C set to reload at C option for the aforementioned Type 83 design? Not when I originally put it together, but today, if I was going to do it, I would be able to put a design system that could do it. Especially as the C-Sector is a cold launch missile, so you can actually reuse the cell far more easily. Yeah, basically, if you've got a drone corvette, make it the sibling ship to a warship. It basically, as I've talked about before, I've talked about future warships, etc. They're going to become the center groups of task groups, and therefore they're going to be doing the data control, and so the control is going to be laser links between them and their subordinate ships. That's the only way you can do it a mission silent. But then you have the satellite links, and the information goes from the crewed warship to home, and those ships are run from the crewed ship. But
I mean, actually,
yeah, it's going to be a fun scenario, and laser links are not perfect. Remember, they are affected by the curvature of the Earth, so they provide a limit to your. There is a limit to the distance you can operate them at.
I mean, to be fair, what I'd really like to do is kind of tell a drone, and this really would just be a dumb drone. This is the message I want you to transmit to back home. Now, fly away off for an arbitrary amount of time in an arbitrary distance that's rather random and not necessarily in a straight line either, and then transmit, and then hit transmit, and then feel free to self-destruct.
Okay, that's already been in existence for a long time. They're called communication buoys, and they're used by submarines as a standard operating procedure.
Yeah.
They're basically let go, they flop up, and they don't start transmitting till, let's say, half an hour after they've been released. And then they sink themselves. And, yeah. Aidan Clarke, what ship class that was cancelled is your personal biggest disappointment? A whole class that was cancelled. I'd say because it forever changed the way the Royal Navy was going to pursue the world is the CVA-1s. Because if they'd been built, especially when they were going to be built, they would probably have deterred the Falklands War, but they would have given Britain enough naval strength going on. We would probably still be in the Calabar game and still be working on those things. How about the rest of you?
Yeah, CVO-1's definitely a good shot. Oh, sorry, go on, Foxer.
Yeah, CVO-1.
Or you could go back a
In
step.
hindsight, I know technically one was made, but she was very modified. It would be the Admirals in hindsight.
Yeah.
Because if they're not the best ships compared to designs that are going to replace them with the G3s and stuff, but if in 1917, 18, the Royal Navy had got, so 17, 18, the Royal Navy had got 4 instead of 1, that would have massively shifted the balance of power in the Washington Naval Treaty.
Oh, yes.
Which, well, changes the Naval Treaty for the better for the British. If there's a Naval Treaty.
I think that if is a very good.
Yeah, that's the point, because at that point the British then have, they have 16 15-inch gun ships in service. And the Americans consider the admirals to be equivalent to their their big 16-inch gun ships. Yeah, they're going to be worrying about that. I think you might have the treaty system hold off till about the 1925 to allow people to build at least their next generation of ships. And that's the interesting scenario you might have. You might have the next generation of ships built. So what could be interesting that is you have the first generation of post-World War I British carriers built. Which is an interesting idea. Because
question is,
if you want to look up, guess where they get the idea for 27,000 tons being the maximum size in standard for a purpose-built carrier? Guess how big some of the British carriers were planned. Wait.
Yeah.
But if we extend that to other nations, what else would we look at?
Well, so the Americans and Japanese are locked in, the Germans are defeated and don't have a navy, the French are bankrupt, and the Italians are fairly bankrupt as well.
Yeah.
There isn't really anyone else. You know what the Japanese and the Americans have already locked in. Historically, it's the British are the only wild cards because no one knows what they were going to build after the G3s and M3s, and even if they were going to go ahead with the M3s.
Because if you have to look at what everyone else is building, the British might go with the M3s. Okay, we're going to do the infrastructure investment. The other thing is, if you've still got a building race going on, then the infrastructure investment suddenly becomes a viable thing to argue for.
But do we not see a building race between the US and the RN?
It's not. It's going to be a qualitative, not a quantitative race.
Yeah.
Don't forget, the US have gone big on. They've committed. Oh, how many ships did they commit to build from their 16 program? It was the 4 Colorados, 6 Lexingtons, and 6 North Carolinas, wasn't it?
South Dakotas or North Dakotas. Yes. So they would have been matching in against the British 15-inch gun ships in terms of numbers.
Yeah. That's the thing. You know what the Americans were building because Congress had already set it.
But also, the other thing is, if you're talking about the Admirals having been built, then the odds are the G3s are not battlecruisers, they're fast battleships. Because they're going to be built to that standard instead. Because you don't need... You don't have the desperate need for battlecruisers. Because you've got the 4 Admirals and you've got the 2 Renowns. And you've got Tiger, which is still considered viable. So you've got 7 battlecruisers in the Royal Navy. And Naval Service. Plus, whatever the Australians are operating in that scenario. Right. So that means the shortage for the British is going to be on battle line. And that means you might end up with, and probably would end up with a 16.5-inch gun, maybe even an 18-inch gun, battleship line produced. I think if they're going fast battleship, they'll go to a 16.5-inch gun if it's a fast battleship. It'll be 18-inch if they're not bothered about speed for the battle line.
But if Britain are producing an 18-inch, the Americans have to basically go, oh, we need to produce an 18-inch.
Yeah, and the Japanese are also working on an 18-inch. You have to remember. So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
And America also has to deal with also has to do battle with Congress in a way that the Royal Navy doesn't in the same way. It's just a different fight.
But Congress, will not want to be outdone by the British on the fact that they've got an 18-inch gun, therefore we have to have an 18-inch gun.
Potentially,
no,
but
it's not like you're asking them to make a cruiser.
Yeah, potentially the Congress will actually help will carry on with the capital ships, but you have to remember again, the Royal Navy. One of the reasons why the Royal Navy is never so worried about the Americans, and Britain's never so worried about the Americans as they are about the Germans, is A, they're the other side of the Atlantic, and B, the Americans aren't built enough destroyers or cruisers that when they come with them, they're going to have really have a chance. Yes, they're going to have the destroyer numbers, but those are the first things which are being those things are being paused and capped in construction long before the treaty system comes into place. So, whilst the Americans might have a huge number of Wicks and Clemsons, again, if the treaty is not coming and these things, there's a likelihood going to be another generation of British destroyers built quite soon, and the British have the V&Ws and quite a lot of their own destroyers sitting around. And literally, Lions, you're going 18-inch for status. That's it. Would it get aircraft carriers to the minis like Australia? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. You'd have to see how it develop into. If you get the two strands of basically what I would call fleet carrier and strike and cruiser carrier developed, the British were looking at, i.e., something which was an improved Hermes. And something which was the full fleet carrier, the roughly 27,000 ton unit I was talking about, then you could well see some of those cruiser carriers going to Dominions. Australia would be a good likelihood to get one, and potentially also, strange enough, South Africa, because the British would basically go to South Africa. We've got one. Do you want it for free? But we want you running it because of the important trade routes which go round you. Well, the IJN were going for 18-inch guns already. The Royal Navy were going for 18-inch guns. The only one who wasn't going for 18-inch guns technically at that time were the Americans. But if both the Royal Navy and the IJN are building 18-inch gun battleships, then how long is the USN going to turn there going, you know what, we don't need 18-inch guns? It's the next up biggest killing weapon system. That's all. I as I said, I usually cap out my ships once we get into UAD at 16.5-inch guns, and I just concentrate on giving them as many and as capable of 16.5-inch guns as I physically can. But many others don't. They go a bit bigger. Aidan Clarke, answer that one. AC75. RO7. Last week you said the history begins yesterday. What is your and the panel's opinion of the 30-year rule? It's to an extent common sense, but also it's not really applied.
Annoying but needed.
The definition of 30-year rule can change quite dramatically.
Yeah, I think it has purpose, and it's the things like that help so with the British government and the British system, I think it helps to allow stuff to fall out of being relevant but still be released and become public rather than being a secret taken to the grave. And yeah, it's the application of these sorts of time limits that is the it's the implementation and the practice that is the interesting bit.
To give the technical definition, the 30-year rule is actually transferring to the 20-year rule as of 2010 and should have completed that transition by 2022. It hasn't, but we'll leave that to one side. There is a problem, though, is exceptions are made for ongoing administrative purposes or they're sensitive. Okay? So if it's a sensitive document, sensitive operations, or it's ongoing administrative purposes, it's still retained a secret and can be retained a secret even longer. This is why you have some people like me talk sometimes about sensitive operations. I will go, well, it's in effect actually 30, 20 plus years from when the last person involved in the operation died. And the thing is, if the operation, let's say, happened in 1982, and it had an 18-year-old somewhere involved in that operation, then they're not listed on the file somewhere, then theoretically, let's say they live to the ripe old age of 90. That's an extra 72 years onto 1982. That will take it through till 2054. And then it'll be 20 years on from then, so it'll be 2074 by the time it's released. Now, I can understand that, and it's the life you sometimes deal with, but it's also the fun thing of why I say history does change. And there are also things like for Bletchley Park, we now know a lot about the code breaking, but the signals traffic analysis stuff is still secret. Roughly 2/3 of what Bletchley Park did, the stuff which provided far more useful and actionable data than the code breaking ever did, because it was quicker and easier to analyze, we have virtually none of the records for. And that's because it's apparently still considered ongoing useful stuff. Don't get me started on the signals traffic analysis from World War One. That's also... There's a reason why they talk about Room 40 a lot. They're the code breakers. That's the cool, sexy stuff. But it's kind of like Spitfire versus Hurricane. Everyone wants to hear about what the Spitfire did. No one hears much about the Hurricane did, but it did a lot more of the work.
Well, I'd say it's more the maritime patrol aircraft keeping the U-boats heads down than it is either of the fighter command things.
Yeah, but the moment I get into the maritime patrol aircraft, we then get in a debate as to which maritime patrol aircraft we're talking about, and everyone always comes back to the Sunderland, and then it's the next 20 minutes on the Flying Porcupine.
Yay! Happy Porcupine.
Hey, yeah. Sunderlands are good.
I know, I love them as well, but in a nice way, I wanted to not have 20 minutes on the short Sunderland. I've got questions to get through.
And there's a reason why we don't talk about traffic analysis, which is somebody lost their security clearance because of it.
Yeah.
Because they wrote a book.
Mm-hmm.
Called The Hot Fix Story, if you want to look the book up.
Anyway, it's a fun time. The Brock. Why didn't the US retake Wake Island as part of the Central Pacific Campaign in World War II?
Didn't need to. They were letting people wither on the vine, and it wasn't a threat.
Yeah. Your enemy's got a very good defensive position, and they're stuck there. That's great. Can they do anything? Nope. Leave them that. Move on.
Do they have a water supply or food? Are they able to generate their own food supplies? No. Excellent. Can we isolate them and cut them off? Yes. Yeah. Will that mean that they have to expend resources to go and try and resupply them, which we can then interdict and harm and hamper? Oh, good. We have target practice.
Nice to go, everyone. Given Admiral Lutyens didn't like the swastika on the ship because a good target mark for aircraft, were there IJN admirals who weren't keen on painting the big red circles on their ships? They would never publicly admit it. Never publicly admit it. I'm fairly sure there were a couple, but because there are some very interesting things which happened to them, but we'll leave that to one side. What if the Argentinians buy Hermes in 1968? What would be the effect on the Royal Navy being later in the Falklands War? Well, you have to see the context of the Argentinians buying Hermes in 1968. Is it being part of CVA-1 being bought? Is it being part of, what sort of scenario is going on? And that's then going to have an impact on the RN later and the Falklands War. Again, you need the context of the Argentinians buying. If they're literally buying it, and otherwise it's the same historic timeline, then Britain has issues, because that means we have an aircraft carrier gap for a while of operations. And that's going to be problematic to deal with. The only scenario I could see them actually buying Hermes in 1968 is if you've got a production line of ships coming in. So that's either CVA-01 or something that's going to replace Hermes. And the only option at that time would be CVA-01, because that's the only carrier designed around in the 60s. The Invincibles aren't built till the 1970s. Let's see ours. They're ordered in 1970. Oh, there is a transition design in the late 1960s. The interesting thing is, there is a potentially you actually end up with a larger Invincible in this scenario. There is a potential you end up with the 28,000 ton Invincible design. Because that's one of the earlier designs. And that would have come with Sea Dart still on it, but it would have also designed around Harrier and those things. So it's potentially you end up with more and bigger Invincibles. So you end up with a couple of brand new Invincibles in service for the Falklands War, and again potentially Hermes gets sunk by an SSN. But also for the, I think it's going to be kind of interesting because I'm trying to think of the aircraft they have and whether they could operate from Hermes. Potentially they could.
Skyhawks.
Yeah, they potentially could operate from Hermes if you put the right modifications on her. But still, it would be interesting for them to do it. Sadu, what would the American Type 26 variant look like? A cross between the Australian and Canadian variants. Literally, just go look at the Australian and Canadian variants, and that's going to be a combination. It's going to be something between them. And Loudwood, if you were a World War II Rear Admiral, would you introduce mandatory requirements for the amount of iron brew on every ship, and how would you set the system to resupply them? I don't think in World War II there's a logistics system to set that up, but I would love to. And it would depend where I was operating from. But I could get hold of iron brew in World War II if I was operating from the UK. I don't think I could get iron brew to... unless I could set up a manufacturing plant using the syrup and the bottle and bottling it, but syrup's not really available at that period in Egypt.
You could possibly do it in Palestine.
Mm.
To do. I forgot to IO.
So as I point out regularly, you sink ships by one of two methods. You start a fire that can't be put out, or you sort of let enough water in that they can't get they're just going to sink. That's how you do it. So poking holes, as long as they're poked in the right point of the holes that let water in, is a valid method of sinking the ship. But poking holes in the air in the top of the ship is just letting in air. Letting in air doesn't sink a ship. Letting in water sinks the ship. Starting a fire that's going to wreck the ship from end to end, that's going to wreck the ship. And yeah, we'll carry on till midnight tonight, and the reason I say till midnight is I've got builders turning up at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning to prep before they do what they're considering quite a big lift.
Oh, God. What are they doing?
Knocking out a wall and a window. And the window is the really big one. Do you remember from the house? You know the really big one in the lounge?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's going to be fun.
Yeah. That's going to be fun. And I've also got to finish off the roof as well tomorrow.
Any particular reason they're removing that window?
Because the extension's the other side of the window, and currently that's going to be the way into the extension and out of the extension.
Ah, fair enough. That seems a legitimate reason.
Yeah, and the extension's basically, I'd say its walls are about 70% window.
Cool.
I only opened for 5 questions there because I'm aware of time.
Okay.
So. And Dan's got a question.
Yes, and we're
Dan
waiting
has
for
a
Dan's
question.
questions.
So it's really whether this is something which would be worth kind of looking into further at some stage. And I don't, and actually, this being the year of the Destroyer might be the right year to do it.
Okay.
If you look at the commanders of the Royal Navy's destroyers around 1939, 1940,
Yes.
the things like the Home Fleet, there are an awful lot of interesting names in the sense, not so much of the people who go on to greatness like Vian,
Yes.
but you have things like HMS Hasty being commanded by Lieutenant Commander L.R.K. Tuitt.
Yes.
Who
goes on to command 10th Flotilla and then goes on to other nasty, interesting things.
Yes. You have Lieutenant Commander P.L. Samares, DSC.
Mm-hmm.
You also have Lieutenant Commander C.A.W. Kit Kat, which is just a cool name anyway.
Yes.
Who else is there? I saw a couple of other names. Sorry, I'm just going through. But essentially, it feels as though there are quite a lot of people who are the... Oh, there's a Lieutenant Commander P. Somerville, DSO,
yes.
commanding Kingston. I assume most of these are related to the more illustrious people of the slightly older generation.
You would not be wrong. Tirith is actually Tirith's son. That is just as insane as his father, and would probably consider me saying that a compliment.
Because it was, oh god, why can I never remember the man's bloody name?
Linguistics.
I'm
turning linguistics into my version of Captain America's language.
Roger Keyes' son is in Special Forces and
yes.
dies. Where are some other big names? I was just wondering if looking through those people would be an interesting thing to look through.
It might be, but I will say, patron suggestions, I am only writing up May's patron suggestions to a vote tomorrow, so there's still time. There's currently 32 comments on there, but... And some, like Carl von Gasberg, have commented with... Carl, I do love this. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 4A, 5, and 6.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to put mine in. You've had too long a respite from the sheds.
The sheds have got through. I did one of those videos last week. That was the top 5s and bottom 5s, wasn't it? That was one of your videos.
There's also in charge of 16th Destroyer Flotilla, and this one I'm guessing is probably not a relation. Captain T.E. Halsey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it makes for an interesting list.
Yeah, there are interesting load of nutty second and next generations. Yeah, there are a fair number of them.
What did Daddy do in the First War? Daddy went and killed a lot of Germans. And what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to grow up and kill lots of Germans. Okay.
No, that wasn't really... Mostly they were thinking of Daddy went and did a load of daring do. I want to go and do a load of daring do. I don't care against who. That was the model thing. Oh. Okay. Yeah. It's a good one. It'll be a fun one. I don't want to do my family tree. My family tree is disturbing. I think in one of the videos, I think probably in this week's video, which is coming up, I'm talking about the various things in terms of the short that comes out. I'm talking about the fact that I worked it out recently. It's roughly 120 of my family members go off to World War II, and roughly 100 in World War I, and they're serving for the Americans, the British, the Australians, the New Zealanders, and think South Africans as well. I think possibly there's a French one we're connected to as well. Definitely will be once my cousin gets married. We're going to have a French branch. I still love the fact that the sections for my family in America, a good 2/3 of them are Texan. The rest come from Washington State, pretty much, but it's Washington State and Texas.
I'm sure Runon will have thoughts on that. Actually,
Yeah.
something else. Which I'm wondering.
She's not surprised. The two things my family did when they travelled abroad and abroad was farming and mining. Add to that banking. In a nice way, it makes perfect sense why they ended up where they did.
I mean, I think they did a third thing that begins with F, given how many of them there are.
Usually we call
Could
it
also begin with P.
Usually we use the P variant, but yes, my family are kind of like rabbits. It's that I am unusual in my generation. I do not yet have offspring, mainly because I found no one who wants to put up my book collection.
What? Sorry,
Foxer?
Yeah, given how your family have also been pirates, it's no surprise they were in Australia.
Yes,
They're probably the ones that got caught.
I missed
that's
that
the thing is,
Okay.
we weren't the ones who got. We actually got the contract for taking them out there. You have to remember, my family were always technically privateers. We always managed to be technically employed by, technically have reasoning. And again, there are times where I'm fairly certain the pirates my family were hired to deal with were my family. And so they would go catch someone else, bring them in, and say, here you go, we've caught the pirates. Carol151, was there a point where harbour river chains evolved into booms, or was it a case of reinvention of an old idea after a gap? It was sort of a continuation. It was trying to adapt the systems to new things, but they were still keeping to the same ideas, basically. Takes one to transport one, I suppose. You also have to remember, my family were the group who occasionally ran convoys for the East India Company. We did all sorts of things. I'm fairly sure our family ships, were some of the first merchant ships to visit Japan from the UK. There is a discussion. They apparently managed to avoid what they called the Dutch Trade Centre, so I'm not sure how they did that. But there again, my family are usually fairly accepting of everyone and fairly good at talking their way into things and talking their way out of things. It's a fun bit of history. AC75. Is it possible for someone of Ricko's personality to thrive in today's modern US Navy? Doubtful. I don't think he necessarily plays public politics well enough. Rickover did play politics, but he played Navy politics and occasionally government politics. He didn't play public politics, and today you need to be good at public politics, and there was a U.S. general recently who was very good on U.S. General who was very good on Twitter. Who was it?
If you want a minute, I have a question for Runon.
I think it was Lieutenant. Was it Ted Martin? Yes. It was it was Lieutenant General Ted Martin, who I'm not sure what's happened to him now. I'm not sure where sort of lost track of him, and was always really nice. And he's someone who I'm always hoping to meet. He's now retired from the U.S. Army, but that's a shame.
When did he retire?
He retired in 2022. But he served 1983 to 2022, and he was really, really good at social media engagement and working with things. And yeah, he was really good. He pushed the edge on the risky humor front, but he managed to get away. He got away with it by being very, very good at making sure he was dealing with the things properly. And his commands had included things like U.S. forces in Korea and all sorts of stuff. The guy in charge of training and doctrine command and those sort of things. And he ended up, his final post was Commanding General, United States Army Combined Arms Center, Fort Leavenworth. It was a really smart cookie. He's a loss to the U.S. Army, I'd say. Not sure what he's doing now.
Probably getting a very fat check or doing absolutely nothing.
I think...
And it's lucky, both at the same time.
I think he is currently... he was succeeded in at least one of his posts by Richard D. Clarke, who also left the army, the U.S. Army in 2022. Clarke in the correct spelling, of course.
So, my question for Runom was, have you had a chance to listen to the 3rd episode of the Untitled podcast by Gareth the Brit?
No.
I think...
You're talking about the Ship's Cats one?
No.
That one I've got to arrange a tweet and things for it tomorrow, I think.
No, it's about the loyalist Virginians.
Oh,
in
cool.
the war.
Ah, well, you know, we can't all be perfect.
It's interesting about the nuance of a lot of it, and not necessarily brilliant about Lee, but there are a lot of other people who come out of it well.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to not be brilliant about with the head trader. Well,
he wasn't.
Head lieutenant trader.
He wasn't really. The trouble is, Lee is another of those generals who's great at making flashy positions, but logistics is something that happens to other people. And the thing is, yes, as wars go on, wars go on. In the initial stages of war, the logistics is something that happens to other people. People can usually get away with stuff and push stuff. But as a war goes on, it becomes more and more about logistics, and that's where you get the problems. And you either need a very good staff to compensate for you, and you need to listen to your staff, or you need to leave your post if your logistics is something that happens to other people. Lions, what position and or role would each of the panel like to have in a World War II era Navy if they had the opportunity to be also, does not have to be based on your current area of expertise, if, for example, ship captain, which type of ship? I'm honestly taking probably a destroyer.
Is this anywhere in the Empire?
Yes. Anywhere you want in World War II.
Christmas Island Coast Guard.
Anyone else?
Because I ain't fighting.
The craven flees the field of battle.
The Craven
besides-
gets to live another day.
Yeah, and besides, I'm the wrong gender for fighting in this period.
And
I mean, that hasn't
Yeah, I
stopped
mean, you could have joined SOE.
a
like,
notable
like,
number of people before, but
you could join SOE like a couple of my great aunts did.
That's a suicidal role.
They had
Yeah.
a very active war, and they all survived.
Yeah, given the number that were captured.
Yeah, but
Also-
I think I have told some of you in confidence, sort of quietly one of my the stories we heard about one of my great aunts when it came to a time for her funeral.
Yeah, it's a question of your language skills to be in SOE. Let's be honest.
Yeah, she was in she was apparently in a house in France with some gentlemen from the Gestapo or the German army who were hunting her, and she came out. None of them did.
they were Gestapo. Were they really gentlemen?
I'm not sure, but I always know that whenever she was cutting up stuff in the kitchen, she had very, very good knife skills. And everyone was very polite to her all in a kitchen.
Should we describe them as people who probably peed standing up?
I think it's
Wouldn't that be
nicer to
peed sitting
nicer to describe them as gentlemen, because the other thing would be moving meat targets, and that seems a bit rude to people who apparently didn't survive the discussion with my very short, possibly redhead great aunt.
Given I was hoping to go to Paris but have realised that my passport expires too soon, so can't, and was going to be going to the Museum of the Shoah, no, I have very few problems with them having dangly bits which are a moving target for people like her. I'm perfectly happy with that.
Yeah.
Dan's a doctor. Let's be honest. Somewhere.
Yeah. Io, you're given the opportunity to redesign the Invincibles. What do you do? Invincibles as in the battle cruisers or the aircraft carriers?
Oh, and in terms of the whole World War II assignment thing, I'd like a town class cruiser.
Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's going to end up being something statistical and administrative. So maybe working with Patrick Blackett.
Or possibly, can I Bagsy Renown?
You can.
Or would Drac
Drax,
me?
Drax going for Warspite. We all know where Drac ends up.
Yeah.
What?
Now,
Do I have to explain who Patrick Blackett is, or do people
the
know?
free deck cruisers. I would have deck edge lifts, and I would want them to be about 8,000 tons heavier. And then they'd still be through deck cruisers. They'd just have deck edge lifts. They'd have more hangar space, and they could take more aircraft.
You just want 18 Sea Harriers, don't you?
Yeah, I want eight. I would preferably like it to be 24 Sea Harriers and 24 Sea Kings.
Yeah.
And then it's a case of, oh, good. This is a vessel designed for operations and for ASW operations and air defense. And I'd also make sure that those airborne early warning Sea Kings were actually in service as soon as the carriers were, rather than the design sitting there and then only going, oh, actually, we're going to need these, so let's put them together quickly. Once the Formula War has begun.
And remove the Sea Darts and install Seawolf.
I'd probably, considering the state of the Royal Navy Escort Force, I'd leave the Sea Darts, add Seawolf.
Okay.
Add Seawolf and Phalanx.
Or Goalkeeper at that point?
I don't mind, either will do. Basically, I'd want two sextuple Seawolf cells, Seawolf launchers, and at least two Phalanx, so I'd have one on each corner.
Well, if we're on the wish list, can we have the supersonic carriers as well?
I'd love to have those, but in the nicest way, it's just redesigned the Invincibles, not the air group. The only reason I'm allowing myself the airborne early warning Sea Kings is literally they had the design sitting on the blooming table. They had it all worked out. They even had the radars sitting in a frigging warehouse.
Well, that's because they got
literally, it's all sitting there. They just needed to build them, or rather fit them to the airframes.
Doc, would you say that this is an emotionally charged subject for you?
I would say this is a subject which led to the loss of several ships and the loss of several people, of many, many lives lost in the Falklands War. Because whilst helicopter AEW is not the best AEW in the world, having any AEW is better than having no AEW. It's one of those things of when people are going, no, if you don't have Hawkeye, you might as well not have anything. You sit there and go, no, really, that's not the case. If you can't have Hawkeye, you can have the helicopter AEW. You want the helicopter AEW, because having any AEW is better than having no AEW. Airborne early warning is useful. Have it. And if you have the designs and everything sitting there, and you've got a carrier, and you need it, you build it. Okay? You build it. And what you do is you go, right then, I'm going to have, let's say, 24 helicopters aboard this ship, and I'm going to have 24 Sea Harriers. Great, if that's my Invincible. That's fine. I've now got enough to do. I've got more than my minimum 18 to provide my air defense. I've got enough that I can probably do air defense and generate a strike as well when I need to at certain times. I'll take 4 Sea King AAW aircraft, airborne early warning helicopters, and 4 commando transport aircraft, to use as search and rescue. And I will have 16 of the ASW ASW Sea Kings. And that's my air group. And I'll be a happy man.
I feel
also, we won't have so many aircraft sat on Atlantic conveyor getting sunk.
To be fair, you probably won't have Atlantic conveyor lost if you've got airborne early warning.
Well, that would be the case, but we didn't say that Atlantic conveyor would be sunk. But
can everyone just pause for a moment of sympathy for the poor people where the air sea rescue helicopter comes in, but it's a jungly. So although they are technically floating in the ocean with only head and shoulders above the water, somehow the jungly is still below them.
The thing is, if it was a jungly, it'll be a very easy pickup. It won't be a case of, okay, so we need to do, we need to drop a diver overboard or everything. No, it'll be just a case of reach out the cab, grab and pull them aboard.
Yeah.
And it'll probably have to rise up a little bit so it can actually pull them aboard.
And then it'll be a question of, and who do you have as your door gunners? You remember we fitted those sea darts? Yes, the loaders for that. In terms of who can grab somebody that quickly on the fly, one-handed.
Yeah, sea slug. The sea slug guys are just. If you ever go see HMS Cavalier in Chatham, and you have a look at the launcher, and you have a look at the size of the missiles, and then you remember those are man-lifted by a single person into the launcher. Think of how built that person has to be.
Your back pain is not service-related.
Yeah, but also, there was a reason why the guys who worked on those particular launchers tended to be the Royal Navy's entrance for things like the heavyweight boxing competition and the wrestling competition with the army, and would tend to win. And when a captain wanted to take some particularly impressive sailors with him to impress upon people the need to listen to the Royal Navy, they would be along with him. And they would literally be, hello, have you met Giant 1 and Giant 2? Basically, Detritus and Carrot from Akmorpok. You have a choice. You can get crushed by one or the other. They'll be smiling the whole time doing it.
Doc, I thought the point of the inter-service competitions were to have a good time, not straight up execute the members of the other branch.
No, you misunderstand. You know the inter-service rivalry between the IJA and the IJN. This is basically the same, but played out on the sports pitch.
The thing is, the Royal Navy, the British forces have the level of professionalism where they will work together when it comes to when it comes to operations. But they are even more brutal with each other when it comes to sports because of that. To counterbalance the fact that they work together so well, they have to make sure they get all the aggression out in their sporting endeavours. And for anyone who wants proof of this, please look at the last year's inter-service women's hockey competition. Between specifically the match between, I think, the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy.
I mean, that's just. Did anyone actually able to walk off the field, or had everyone had their legs broken at the end of it?
It is brutal. It is brutal. All I can say is if you watch that particular game, you will have no doubt about their effectiveness on operations and possibly wonder if the British forces actually are missing a trick by not actually giving their members of their armed forces hockey sticks as weapons.
Have people ever seen the Royal Navy gun running competition to understand how tough people are?
If they give their service members a set of hockey sticks, they're probably going to be concerned that latent Canadian DNA is going to come out, because that Canadian DNA had to come from somewheres.
Lions.
And
no, I was watching that match with a member of the Royal Navy rugby squad, and basically their perspective on it was, ouch.
Yes, but think about the war crimes that equipping as standard issue hockey sticks to Royal Navy personnel is going to cause.
I'm not mixing up. I was talking about the Sea Slug, not the Sea Wolf. Sea Slug had a manual loading system. Sea Wolf did, but the Sea Wolf is a lighter missile than the Sea Slug.
Do you mean Sea Cat, not Sea Slug? Sea Slug was the giant thing.
I thought Sea Slug took a crane.
Yeah, Sea Cat. They're all various sea versions. It's the Sea Cat, but not the Sea Wolf, no. And the Sea Dart. Wasn't even talking about that generation of missiles. Sorry, IO.
Yeah, it was a generation. Sea Slug was more like a Talos.
Sea Slug was...
They built the whole county class round them.
Yeah.
Sea Slug was 1,200 kilograms.
It's going to sound strange, but I always get confused with the Sea Cat and the Sea Slug, because don't you think that of the two, the Sea Cat sounds like it's the more aggressive missile for the long-range air defense, and the Sea Slug sounds like it should be the short-range missile system?
Yes, but I think the Sea Slug system was designed for along the same lines as the Flower class corvettes.
Yeah, who wants to admit they got shot down by a Sea Slug?
Exactly. It's a great way of keeping the bears at the Tu-95s at a distance.
Question: was the person who codified the Sea Slug name a gardener or somebody who had a particular issue with slugs? Because why are you naming a missile Slug?
Sea Slug.
Yes, I know.
Type Sea Slug into Google and see what comes up.
I'm just grateful they didn't call it something like sea cucumber.
Oh god, yeah.
Because that would probably be a nuclear depth bomb.
Yeah, it was Sea Cat, but you still were... You were right to point out, but you're correcting me on the completely wrong generation of missiles, because I wasn't talking about Sea Darts and Sea Wolf. It was a fun thing.
Okay. They're brightly colored, which means they're probably highly poisonous or venomous. But they're still...
And, yeah, the junglies, the Sea King junglies, they don't use floats, no, because they fly too low and the floats would introduce themselves. But also, our search and rescue aircraft, helicopters don't land on the water. We don't tend to use floats. That was more the Soviets who went with the float system. Our helicopters were supposed to hover and drop down a guy on a line to pick him up and get him in.
because operating in the North Sea and the North Atlantic, do you really want to try and land a helicopter in that?
No one wants to. Basically, and don't get me started on the South Atlantic. No one wants to land a helicopter in the water.
No. You might be able to in the Black Sea, and I don't know if the Baltic's ever calm enough. Honestly, I don't know enough about the Baltic.
I don't
Most of
think
the time I've seen the Baltic, it's not.
It's one of those
Big
things of
waves.
it's theoretical. I think the Russians wanted to put the floats on their capability, but I don't think they ever actually practically used it either. They didn't like it either.
So it's a doctrine thing, not necessarily an operational thing.
It was a doctrine thing left over from having flying boats and those sort of systems, I think.
Fair enough.
And so they thought they should have it, but then they looked at their pilots looked and went, I like life. I choose life. Yeah.
You choose Gulag?
Anyway, 9681 for tonight's last question. For Dragon and Foxo, does the new event Springtide in Online, where Commander is running a hot spring in virtual reality with Moscow, Krasny, Bogota, and Osny, can we call this event more filler? Running a hot spring?
Probably, yeah.
It's a gotcha game. It's made.
No, it's not. There's actually quite a lot of story in it, Runon. Like, a hell of a lot. Tartarus
Linguistics. But Tartarus I will accept.
Yes. It's sort of like Fate Stay, or the Fate gacha game, where it's like, started as a gacha, but has a story.
No, Fate was always story-based. It was just gacha was the way they were also doing it. But no, but this way, Runon, I think now, like, average story recaps of Azure Lane is over 6 hours.
Okay.
It is a lot of story. It's not gacha. As for this films Philip, yeah, this is basically just them. We need to have a secondary event.
And it kind of tells you for itself. It's at a hot spring. It's at a hot spring. That's
It's
where
the
you go
beach
to have a holiday.
episode.
It's kind of like, it's a case of we're having. By the way, me and Dan can tell you how nice the hot springs are in Japan. They are lovely. We highly recommend going and staying in them. I would also say Fleet had a very good time in it, but for personal reasons, mainly because I have never seen someone take that long to wash themselves in a public space. Don't take Fleet with you if you're British. I love him dearly, but it was a case of both me and Dan were counting the ceiling tiles going, no, please, and stop talking to us while you're doing it. Oh, that was a good times. This is the thing, the ship-shape memories, they're always brilliant. You always have good memories for so many years.
It's either that or profoundly traumatizing. One or the other. One or the other.
Dan's gone quiet because Dan basically is on the... This was a profoundly traumatizing experience.
Dan is generally don't get naked in public sober.
Yeah, I noticed that you and me, we were sitting at opposite corners, being very British of the pool, sitting at opposite corners, not talking, just and he came down and sat between us. In this case, no, please don't. We're very British. We're completely naked in public here. We have our modesty towels. That's it.
No, we didn't.
Oh no, of course we didn't. We'd forgotten them. We'd left them in the baskets, hadn't we?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, that was yeah.
This is sounding like cringe. This is sounding like cringe comedy, Alex.
It was cringe comedy, but it was our life. We lived it. No, Fleet is very Finnish, and he was sitting there going, "Oh, it's like a Finnish. It's like a Finnish spa." He loved it. He loved it, and I loved it from the experience of it. Really did help my back. It was a really good experience for my back. It was just a case of. It was slightly more active motion going on than I was expecting in the room. And yeah, but I think Fleet had a wonderful time that one. I certainly enjoyed it. It was fun having him there because he was enjoying it so much.
Yes.
Yeah, that was again. This was a case of you and I were being terribly British, and so we're probably not necessarily as enjoying it as much as he was. Even though I did enjoy, I especially enjoyed them when we got to go in and when they were they were completely empty. That was that was when I had fun ones. When there was more people, I was sort of going, became very British. But Fleet was always having fun, and there's something fun about being in a scenario where someone else is having so much enjoyment, and you're sitting there going, "Yeah, my mate's really enjoying themselves."
Yeah, and it was that he felt comfortable, and having often felt like he wasn't always kind of fitting in and understanding some of the social stuff. Actually, he got and gelled with that better than either of us did.
Yeah, it was.
Io agrees with me about Azure Lane. It is technically a gotcha game. It just has a lot of story behind it.
Yeah,
I said what I said. I stand by it.
Yeah, it is a gacha, but just saying it's a gacha game, it's not really accurate.
I would say, it was, and the thing you always have to remember about Japan trip, and this was the thing we didn't really realize until we went. It was the first time Fleet had been away without going away with his family. So it was his first trip abroad where he was with just friends, and it's a learning experience. Whenever you do that, for anyone, it's your learning experience when you do that for the first time.
Mm.
But I still think he had a lot of fun, and it was a lot of fun having him.
Yeah. He's a good kid.
And this year we got the Falklands, which the details of which will be coming soon through to all you guys, and all the details confirmed in terms of flights and those things. I'm just talking with the Falklands office and all those things, sort those stuff out. And then next year we got the big conference on the Falklands. We also potentially got a trip, but that's Drax taking the lead in organising that trip. As I said, because I'm taking the lead in organising the conference. And
I've still offered Malta, and
isn't he suggesting America Cannonball was the last I heard about it? Run.
No, I think you were the one who turned it to Cannonball.
Oh, I was the one who turned it into Cannonball. But he was talking about different teams going through.
No, he was talking about doing the relay of the driving through the night in an RV.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
That's where you decided to turn it into Cannonball, because you thought if we gamify it, it will seem less rude than us all just going, goodness me, no.
No, because I did love his ideas on that one, but I did go, we are all going to be
staying in hotels.
No, let's put it this way. I am the youngest of us, if I remember correctly. Or is Drac younger than me? I think he's the same age. I think he's a little bit older than me, isn't he? In months?
Oh, I can't remember. No, he's a couple of months younger than you, I think.
A couple of months. Yeah, but we're all going to be 40 and over in terms of the original four. Next year, it's not. It's not. We are not young spring chicks. We can't, doing the drive through night and then doing the recording and doing this. We would kill ourselves for no good reason. We would. And if poor Fleet was tagging along with us, he'd probably kill him as well, because he'd be trying to keep up with us. And it's enough trouble for the poor guy in Japan. Because he tried to keep up with me for a few days, and I think he gave up. You kept up with me for most of the trip, but you were at certain points going, Alex, I'm going to take a rest. You go walking off on your own. Because usually you and Gareth split the job of keeping up with me when I'm doing all the pre-checks and going around and checking stuff the day before we get there. So we go and do the filming, and then after we finish the filming, I go and check what we're doing the next day and make sure that's all agreed and all sorted out before we get there, sort of thing. Yeah.
I have happy memories of doing that in Western Australia.
Yeah.
I have happy memories of doing that in Western Australia.
Yes.
In particular.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. We had a lot of we did a lot of stuff in random stuff in Western Australia. Seriously, at some point we've got to do a video. We sit down and chat about the ship shape trips because there's so much stuff which doesn't make it to the cameras, and there are stories which people probably enjoy hearing about the travels and the random stuff. Where was it? We ended up in that church having pancakes. Was it?
That was Brisbane.
Yes.
It was the only place that does food all through the night in Brisbane.
It's a converted church, 24 hours a day. Yeah.
With medieval theme that does pancakes.
Yes.
Pancakes?
Basically, yes. There are 3 people in this group who would love to go there. Dragon, Steve, and Runon. For different reasons.
Where am I going? How am I getting there?
It's Brisbane, Australia, and it's a converted church which is medieval themed, and it does savoury and sweet pancakes.
That's what you mean, yes. Medieval themed.
Yes, 24 hours a day. Suits of armour all over the place. The food was very nice. The staff were lovely, and literally, Brisbane is one of those cities which shuts really frigging early. So we're going hunting for dinner at I think it was only about 8 o'clock or something like that. We'd finished doing all the prep and everything for the next day. We're now good looking for dinner. And nowhere was open. Other than this 24-hour place.
Pretty much. Everywhere else was at best closing.
Yes.
Or unappealing.
And what was really funny was, once again, we were opposite the red light district, and even that was closing.
I would like to point out I wasn't next to the red light district in Perth. That was you.
And Drac.
I was opposite somewhere distinctly less salubrious. I was opposite somewhere for lawyers.
Yeah, you were opposite the courthouse. And yes. Oh, by the way, note for people who are going to staying at a hotel in Perth, your bathrooms will have a full-length window in them. Into the room, and the controls for the window will probably be outside your bathroom, not in the bathroom. Just a heads up.
If you have the curtain up, you will be able to look out the window.
It is not for people who are. It is not for people who like a private loo time. It is just not.
It is an interesting feature.
Oh. And there's axe throwing in Halifax. Now that was a fun time.
Yes. And the quokkas.
Oh yes, quokkas on Rottnest Island. That almost abducted Drac.
Yes. But it's the fact that it's a place which has both significant heavy naval artillery and quokkas.
Yes.
It's perfect.
Yes.
The fact that there is an island called Disappointment Island is just great. I find that infinitely entertaining.
Anyway, we have been rabbiting on for quite a while. We'll
Yes.
stop rabbiting.
Sorry.
We'll finish there and say thank you very much everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. It's been 4 hours and 50 minutes long tonight's Bruships. I hope you found it interesting. I do apologise I had to wander off at a couple points to put the dog out and to blow my nose, but I'm sure the panel kept you all entertained, and I hope you enjoyed. Oh yeah, if there had been medieval armour on Rottnest Island, we would never have managed to get Drac off there. It was bad enough because the food was good, and literally at one point he was it 2 quokkas who were sitting on top of him? Because he lied down to take a photo of a third one, and they were on top of him.
They were pretty much on top of him. To be fair, no, because there was a no touching policy.
Yes.
And he was very good and didn't touch, and also wasn't touching them.
He wasn't touching them. Other people were, but the quokkas were getting close to touching him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, he's very good. He knows what he's doing with that sort of thing, and the fact that he always seems to pick the hotels just by the red light district, total coincidence with that.
Yeah, because originally we'd all been planning to stay in the hotel you were staying in, and then he went, no, this one's Hilton, it's cheaper.
And then you found out why.
Yes. And I was literally going, okay. And it was really fun when you were in the swimming pool of the hotel. Because literally, you were swimming up to the edge, and you just going, oh, that's on the same level as the pool, and it's an open air pool. Okay. It's a good Hilton, though. It was a really nice pool. Actually, all the Hilton pools were really nice on that trip. Because we ended up staying in Hiltons quite a lot on that trip. The complete reverse of Japan, where we didn't stay in a single one.
I think we stayed entirely in Hilton's there, didn't we?
I think we did in Australia, apart from in Canberra.
I didn't go to Canberra.
No, you didn't. Canberra, I have to say, was... Canberra is one of those places which has a beautiful museums in it and has some lovely buildings in it, and then you go to its train station or its airport. And both of them, you're sitting there looking and going, does someone not like this place?
And your eyes, correct. It is the seat of the federal government.
Yeah. Ah, good times. Good times. I miss Vampire, though. I have to go see her at some point. Anyway,
yes.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here.
Tasha found a way to fly out there, so I'm getting her to kind of say hello from you.
That's very kind of her. That's very kind of her. And I'm hoping that, it was all good. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Hope you all enjoyed, and see you soon. Toodles.
Yeah.
Bye all.
Bye all. I need to go to bed.